lending us this holy space was very short, and we had to keep people waiting a little while we quickly set up at the only time we were given to access the space. Re kopa le re tshwarele. We are going to start in about 10 minutes. I will ask the technical people to keep us listening to the music that our dear Uncle Moss loved so much. And in about 10 minutes, I will then hand over to Moruti Madika Sibeko, and we will start our program formally. Ke a leboga. La 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 la. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling all right. Now John at the bar is a friend of mine. He gets me my drinks for free, and he's quick with a joke or to light up your smoke, but there's some place that he'd rather be. He says, Bill, I believe this is killing me, as a smile ran away from his face. Well, I'm sure that I could be a movie star if I could get out of this place. Oh, la 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 di di da, la la di di da, da da. Now Paul is a real estate novelist who never had time for a wife, and he's talking with David, who's still in the Navy and probably will be for life. And the waitress is practicing politics as the businessmen slowly get stoned. Yes, they're sharing a drink they call loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling all right. It's a pretty good crowd for a Saturday, and the manager gives me a smile, 'cause he knows that it's me they've been coming to see, to forget about life for a while. And the piano, it sounds like a carnival, and the microphone smells like a beer, and they sit at the bar and put bread in my jar and say, man, what are you doing here? Oh, la 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 di di da, la la di di da, da da.
can hear him say, oh, talk to me, so you can see what's going on. Say you will sing your song forevermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down on the night shift, the night shift, the night shift. I bet you're singing proud. Oh, I bet you're full of pride. Gonna be a long night. It's gonna be alright on the night shift, the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift.
Jackie, Jackie, hey, what you doing now? It seems like yesterday when we were working out. Jackie, Jackie, oh, you set the world on fire. You came and gifted us. Your love has lifted us higher and higher, and we'll be there at your side. Oh, say you will sing your song forevermore, evermore, evermore.
Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down on the night shift. I bet you're singing proud. Oh, I bet you're full of pride. Gonna be a long night.
Gonna be a long night.
Be alright on the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down on the night shift.
Oh, the night shift.
I bet you're singing proud.
No, I'm singing proud.
Oh, I bet you're full of pride.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna be a long night. Gonna be alright on the night shift.
The night shift.
You found another home.
Thank you so much. Let me greet you all in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Good evening. I thought earlier that maybe I was tested if I can move and do the song. But at the same time, for me, this is just a testament of the person. Am I not heard? Next? Okay, let me just. Yeah. Sorry. But now, we've got a problem now. Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, let me go back. Okay. But now it's only show us this. Are we okay? Only this? We fine? Okay. I think the front one is okay. Thanks. All right. Let me greet you all in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. We have had apologies in terms of the late start, and we truly apologize because we are aware now that we're going to be
We're going to exit the chapel too late. We meet in the name of Jesus Christ, who died and was raised to the glory of God the Father. The Marole family, today we come together to remember before God the husband, the father, the grandfather, the uncle, and a friend, Moses Ndanduleni Marole, to give thanks for his life and to comfort one another in our grief. I'll now ask the worship candles to be lit. Okay, we can just put the two. Oh, there we go. My apology. Thank you. Thanks. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Oh, loving and precious God, we acknowledge your presence amongst us this evening in this memorial service. Our departed loved one is now free from pain. He's in a better place where there is no suffering. As we share memories of him with one another through songs, through eulogies, Lord Jesus, we ask you that you lead and guide us. Let those who will share their memories of him be heard, and let them, oh Lord, as they share. We know when you share memories of the one that you love and you are touched, but Holy Spirit, we ask you to comfort the family and those who will speak. Holy Spirit, help us to rejoice over every testimony, knowing that his life was a life well lived, as we celebrate his eternal life with you, O Lord. In the name of God, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. We'll now sing Amazing Grace. Is it that? Are we there? I'll see you later.
Do we have the lyrics at the top, on the screens? Thank you. Do you want me to do a solo, Franco Moss? Can we sing the hymn together, please? The key's fine. Amazing grace, how sweet the a sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear, that hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. His grace that brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. The Lord has promised good to me. His word my hope secures. His word my shield and portion be, as long as life endures. Whereas when this flesh shall fail, and mortal life shall cease, I shall possess within the veil a life of joy and peace. The earth shall soon dissolve like snow. The sun forbear to shine, but God who called me here below will be forever mine. Riyalibuwa bangadzula pasi. mashaka na dzikhonani kati na vashumisani ba hava muhulisei bane ba pfi Vho Ndanduleni Moses wa ha Marole ri khou vha livhuwa uri vho swika fano. I'm told people can't hear me. You can hear the chapel. Okay. All right. It's fine. We are going back to preaching. Yes. We are going back to my days as a young Siainyova when we did not even have batteries for our loudspeakers. And we are going back to my days in the church as a preacher's kid. I hope everybody can hear me. All right. This program will run in a triangle of languages. Chivenda, uitera ba Marole. Re tla bua gape le ka Setswana go irela ba bo Anton ba ga Magashula. Re be re bue gape le ka Silisbete go irela ditsala tsa ga Uncle Moss tse di sa utlwing puo tse pedi tsena. My name is Florence Masebe. I'm home here. So this is the one day when family says, put on your professional hat for your uncle. And I am doing just that. I am hoping that I will carry you well as we go through this. Please walk with me. All of us are here a little bruised today. All of us are here with a little pebble in our shoes, so do not be surprised when the person next to you doesn't walk too straight, and they too will understand why you are not looking as upright as we usually see you to be. Ngauri namusi hune ra ba hone ba venda ba re ba tshizwiamba ba re rojakiwa. When you translate ujakiwa literally, it means you have been crushed by something big. When somebody has lost somebody dear, my mother tongue puts it that something heavy has crushed them and they cannot quite get up because there's something above them. Rojakwa Marole. Rojakiwa rorari reko batanganeza na ulibua urubokono banarine pano. Ki tla rata go amogela botlhe le go le leboga gore le tlile fano go tla go re tshedisa le go lla le rona re le family ya ga Marole. And to also say thank you so much for loving Uncle Moses, because you being here means at some point that gorgeous man with a Panama hat has touched your life. We are going to play this today in a bit of a creative way. So sometimes we will ask you to rise and sing hymns again. And sometimes I will ask them to play more of his favorite songs, because wherever he is, I can imagine Uncle Moses has a beautiful glass in his hand, and it has something that sparkles, and he is toasting himself, because if there is a man who understood to live his life presently and fully without cheating even a second, it was Moses Marole. So, yes, we will cry. We will laugh. We will dance a little. It sounds like a Judith Sipuma song. But all of this will be in remembrance of an amazing man who's touched all our hearts, and most importantly, an amazing man who leaves my Aunt Dawn, Kabelo, Chedza, and Tanyani without father in the Marole household. We sit here knowing that at the core of everything we will do in this program, we are here in support of this family in their time of a great loss. Ke rata go leboga moruti ga a re buletsi ka thapelo a re fitlhisa go monga bophelo e leng yena monga ntlo e re leng go yona. A quick announcement I am going to have to say. To my right, which is to your left, that door over there where the gentleman is with the camera. If you go through that passage, the first sign you will see would be the bathrooms for the ladies. And then if you keep going down that same passage, you will then see a sign for the bathrooms for the gentlemen. They are ready. We may use them. We are allowed. We've been welcome. I would like to start, and you will help me with the music, by preparing the first two speakers. I think I will work it like that. And as we go, I will ask the other speakers to get ready for us. So we will go between the music, and we will go from the music sometimes to the hymns. But for the next four speakers, I'm going to ask that you give me that night shift as we do this. We know why we're doing it like that. If you knew Uncle Moss, you understand him and his love for the Commodores. You're going to understand it when the speakers talk as well, why the influence of American culture cannot be denied at this gathering today. Mr. Rob Devereaux, if you can please come and be the first. Where is Rob? There you are. And be the first one to give tribute to Uncle Moses. I want to apologize. I'm not sure what we should do with the microphone issue. To the pulpit. Muruti. Is it not to that one, rather? To that one, please. Rob?
But it will be better because this one is for the people online, so you take it there.
All right, so move that there, then I will move there. Thank you.
Should I move it, all of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So apparently you need both microphones. That one is for the stream online. Yes.
Dawn and family, may you be strong in these times. Moses has a legacy. He's with us, and he will be with us. I was thinking in my time, how did I meet Moses? And I really don't know. He was that kind of person who inspired one and was jovial and is a very good man. In fact, he has a legacy. If he had not had a legacy, he has always been known as Yebo Yes. Everyone knew him as the Vodacom man. And indeed, I think he missed out in life. The callback inventor, I think, would have lost out. And Moses, to this day, is always being jovial, known as that person. I've never seen Moses in a bad mood. Never angry, always good. We never did business together. Moses, he was educated in America, came to South Africa. His experiences there are great, with famous people. And whenever we met, and trust me, we had a few lunches together, we would meet folks, he would call them. Young folks, old folks, white folks, black folks, funny folks. But he was always engaging, and he always had a solution to their problems. And like that, Moses and I would debate our problems and come to a solution of sorts. I think his legacy will live on. And Dawn, all I can say, Moses, he lived his life, and so should we all. To my dear friend Moses, Ndanduleni Marole, my dear friend, may you rest in peace. Amen.
Yeah, so now you can see. There are tall people in the world and there are very short people in the world. We're not saying who's tall, who's short. You kind of showed me how to do this. I don't remember. I also have hands that look like they work. I want to apologize. We are sorting out the sound issue to the back. I'm told they're working on this, so you should be able to hear. Up until it's sorted out, I would just like to ask the speakers that come here to project just a little bit until we have sorted out the technical issues with the sound. Madimpe Mugashwa, you see, you're going to see as Uncle Moses' friends come here, that some of them are young people. They go from being his friends to being some of them sometimes, to being people that do business with him. But sometimes they end up being his children. He gathers them from all over the world. I do not know how Aunt Dawn could keep up with all of it, because every other day there would be another person that he's fallen in love with, and he brings them home, and he's true to his relationship with them for a very long time. Re Mogashwa, re khopela le re fe mantšu a mabedi a mararo, not in the most literal of forms, but if you can please know, we need this microphone for the stream, and we need that one when it does work for the audience in the chapel.
So I'm speaking to them anyway.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Baga Marole, Medon, Baga Makashule, all the elderly people in the room, all the friends, all the colleagues, Naki Madimpe Mugashwa. And although I've made a list of quite a lot of things to say as we pay tribute to Ndanduleni Dawn, I assume, as Florence, we pressed for time. Rob, I'm going to start by telling exactly how Uncle Moss and I met. I've never actually referred to him as Uncle Moss. Ndanduleni Marole to me. Because if my father was still alive, he would have been older than my father. So I've struggled always to, when I speak about Ndanduleni Moss, or when I refer to him, or when I talk to him, get Uncle Moss, or any of the other affectionate phrases that a lot of people who knew him would refer to him as. I'm somewhere in Durban with my kids. Mutlatsi was not around at the time. And what I remember about that day, or that period, 2016 or 2015, it was during winter. Why I know it's because it was the weekend of the Durban July. Now, two things are very remarkable about that weekend, because number one, it was extremely cold, and I felt pity for all the ladies who were in Durban to attend the Durban July. That's the first thing. But the second thing is that that's the weekend around which I met Ndanduleni. I'm sitting at the bar. Most of you who know Ndanduleni in relation to the bar, Yako, the then, I think it used to be called Fairmonts, right, before it became Capital. And I think the setup of the bar at the time was more accommodative of the person he was than what we see today. So I can only say when we stopped going there when it became Capital. But when it was still Fairmont, I'm sitting in a corner working. Donald, I had said I'll work from Durban, which is exactly what I was doing. And I went to the bathroom. I went past where he would love sitting from, and I survived the first time by just walking through to the bathroom and coming back to go back to my seat. And the second time I rose up to go to the bathroom again. Yeah, man, come here, come and sit over here. And it took me a while to convince him. The reason why I stood up in the first place to go to the bathroom was because I'm pressed. So he wasn't budging, but anyway, I negotiated my way through, and I went to the bathroom, and I came back, and I accepted that I had to sit down with him. And you can imagine, he's a complete, total stranger. He's wearing the Panama hat. I was Florence. I used to wear those, but I think around that time I wasn't wearing a Panama shirt, not shirt, but hat myself. And then it just kicked off that way. At the bar, yes. Glasses of things that would sparkle, wine, red or white. You never know what to enjoy on any particular day with Ndanduleni, because whatever it starts with, it may not end with. But anyway, that day, it was a buzzing weekend in Durban, as we say. Black Coffee had an event in the same venue. I think Minister Natim Tetwa had thrown a function for him. So because people were walking up and down, the Marole asked me, but why are there lots of people around here? What are they doing? What are they about? And Karonali, a young superstar, Black Coffee, he's doing extremely well. And I think the minister is hosting a function in honor of his beautiful, beautiful work. We left it at that. But Black Coffee made the mistake of working out, and I said to the Marole, okay, that's the Black Coffee. Hey, yeah, man. Exactly the same way I had been summoned to his desk or to his favorite sitting place. I was saying to Mutlatsi earlier that I don't understand why I can't find those photos, because the first photos between I and Medon, Ntate Marole, Nerenali Black Coffee, that very same evening when we first met. Nerenali Black Coffee, we spent some time with him. I think already he was doing extremely well. If we were on social media, we would have received a lot of likes had we gone on to send those on our social media platforms. And I think in that area, and this is one other thing that really drew me to him. Around that week, there was Chris Brown, this famous American artist who was in SA at the time. And Chris Brown was just being elusive as they would, the superstars. My kids wanted to take photographs with him. Uncle Moss was very, very instrumental in facilitating for that to happen. There was a young girl who was told off by one of Chris Brown's bodyguards. And Uncle Moss got to understand the story that the young girl was told off by the bodyguards. He summoned Chris Brown. We sat with Chris Brown and he said to the bodyguards, they must take a chill pill and take it easy. There was no danger to Chris Brown because he's an old man anyway. My kids got the pics, but the big story about it is Chris Brown was extremely apologetic about what had happened, so much so that I believe he probably still has a relationship with that child because something then developed out of it. He apologized by sending gifts, even from the US, and so forth and so on. That's how Uncle Moss and I met. Durban, lots of beautiful stories about how him and I met during those days. Now, we then were neighbors where we stayed. I thought I could outrun him any day, any time, but I think I was wrong. And I learned through hard lessons that you would finish at 11, 12 midnight, and at 11 the next day, he's at your doorstep. When he calls and he says, Madimpe, I'm on my way. Literally, that's exactly how it was. So we had a very loving, wonderful relationship that way. But yes, at some point I asked him, by the way, why he liked Durban too much, because we would always meet in Durban and enjoy ourselves down there. And he said to me, I don't like Johannesburg because Johannesburg people are full of mendacity. And now with my Teflop English, I wasn't sure whether mendacity meant mundane or anything closely related thereto. And he said to me, it's not his problem that I couldn't figure out what he was saying. And then obviously I got to know what mendacity meant. But he loved Durban so much so that it influenced my position about my living in Gauteng, and similarly my family and lots of families. You can't be Uncle Moss or Ndate Marole's friend with friends and they don't become Uncle Moss's friend or Ndate Marole's friends as well. All of my friends who have had an opportunity to live in his space, similarly, all of his friends he got to introduce me to, we became friends. We are friends to this day. I think I've spoken with more of his friends overseas because one of the things he would do is to call them and say, here's Madimpe, talk to him. I think I've spoken with more of them than I've seen Americans in my life. Because every time there is someone he will be talking to and there is someone he would think is deserving of a conversation that would have included some of us. Medon, as I say, there are a lot of things about friendships. Clement is here, and I have a friend, Bareke Samvu is not here. So not only would Ndate Marole work on friendships in the ordinary sense, he has a way to facilitate that relationships that are difficult to conceptualize and kick off with happen exactly that way. Clement, I'm sorry I must say this. So we are at home one day, I'm hosting friends, it's around festive, and a friend of mine is accompanied by a lady, and I think there were challenges putting things straight to her as it was expected of her. And I think Ndate Marole, the wrong person picked that up, Ndate Marole. So he started getting onto their case. Whenever they would sit, he would ask them why they're not sitting next to each other. When they sit next to each other, he would ask him why his feet are not over hers. So it was just absolutely fantastic. And no complaints, no one is complaining. And by the way, that relationship still persists to this day. That's how it started. So he meant a lot of things to a whole lot of us. As someone who is still working, a lot of lessons there about our attitude towards work, attitude towards business. I always would quiz him about why he was still running around at his age when he should be enjoying retirement. And his answer was, Madimpe, must I stop eating bread? Because if I must continue eating bread, it means I must work to buy it. It's little lessons that have come wittingly that way through him that some of us to this day live by. And I think on this note, without really going much into it, I want to say that I believe that divinity throws at us from time to time kindness. I want to believe that God from time to time allows us to be in the presence of angels, soulmates. I want to believe that our ancestors whisper in our ears about the goodness of humankind. And I want to believe that the world has got a lot of jewels, but jewels that present themselves through human kindness. Ndanduleni Marole cumulatively is all of that combined, Medon. We could but there's nothing that I pride myself. Rob said this, other than to accept and rejoice the fact that he never spared a moment on frivolities. He enjoyed his life to the fullest. Rimoni for the past 2 months, he was struggling na alwala. Motho o mogolo ha ba alwala a ikhuditse re o ikhuditse ka nnete. Medon, Chedza, and Kabelo, the family at large, we are family now. We were not family only when he was still around with us. We're going to continue being a family. Ndanduleni Marole, I want to say to you, I love you like cooked food. Thank you.
I'm trying to ask myself, there's a thing we always say about Uncle Moss. If he has never chastised you, you need to think about how much he really, truly loved you. I'll do the exercise later to say hands up if you've never been chastised by Uncle Moss. And I don't think too many hands will go up. That young man that you spoke about, Madimpe, a lot of people will attest to here. And to the rest of us, there was not even a young anything. It was just, hey, Nui. And the hey, Nui would be followed by, Nia Radana, why are you not answering your phone? In the last year, that would also be followed by, you know I'm 80, so you must know that I'm very aware that where I'm going is a lot closer than where I'm from. And in his way, Uncle Moss was preparing all of us to come to terms with the fact that on a day like this, we would be sitting in here paying tributes and telling stories of how we experienced his love for life and his love for us. Ndi kohumbera uwidza Vincent Chauke for him to come and tell us a little bit about Uncle Moss and about some of their escapades, the ones that can be said in the house of the Lord. And after Vincent, I'm going to have Ndanduleni Marole. So Ndanduleni Marole, what I will ask is that you take my chair over here on this side and be ready to speak when Vincent is done. And Ndanduleni Marole, if you can do that for me as well. Just be waiting out here. Thank you.
Yebo, yes. I'm on my way. What bigger news than Uncle Moss for one to procrastinate from his day from work. Vincent, he would say to me, how are you paying bills this month when you're sitting here with me? My SASA card can only go so far, he would say. But no sooner than that, he would retort, but you're in luck. Batabile paid today. I had come to realize Batabile paid on a weekly basis with Uncle Moss. I'm on my way when he happened to know that one of us was at his restaurant Koi, past the lunchtime rush. And for those that knew, it happened to coincide with when he had just woken up. I'm on my way. A man that has a menu item named after him at an obscure Portuguese restaurant called 1920. If you are wondering, the item is called the Angry Moses. I am on my way. Panama hat, not sparing a penny, but supporting employees of his favorite establishments. He did this through COVID. He gave them bonuses during Christmas. I'm on my way. Pose a problem. He was the first to pick up the phone. And he would wake up some statesman in some different time zone and force whoever it was to talk to the young man he was sitting with. I am on my way. Where to was forever a mystery. But when he arrived, lives changed. I am on my way, followed by some seriously obscene profanity. Yet his tantrums were always received with a smile. I'm on my way. This was a response to one that would say to him, my daughter needs a job. My mother is not well. I am on my way. Relationship problems. Problems with your boss. And on the off day, fondly referring to someone over the phone as young man. To the rest of us, this would be the president of Namibia. I am on my way. After first meeting a nerdy white boy from Seattle, you're starting Microsoft, you say. Tell me what you need. I'm on my way. AT&T, Columbia University educated. I must add, an Ivy League MBA. I'm on my way. An educational journey that started with his discovery that the school feeding scheme served peanut butter sandwiches. He was well on his way. Any opportunity to see through his pipe dream. Yes, pipe dream. Piano board car pipes. He saw through his high pressure, leak-proof, 100-year life, maintenance-free pipe dream. I'm on my way until he knew it was time. Christmas Day and his 80th birthday, he changed tack after a lifetime of moving unhindered. For the first time in our lives, or for the first time in our time with him, he called us individually to ask if we were going to be there. I am on my way. He may not have been able to say it from where he was. But when I saw him take his last breath, I knew he had finally arrived. Thank you.
What is this for? So it's on my way, I can divert it out. No, really? Okay. To the elders of this church and those who organized got us here, I say thank you. And to they call you program directors, isn't that? Am I correct? So, yeah. I'd like to thank you also for having taken this difficult job. Last night I visited Don and family with a colleague of mine who heads one of the development banks that I'm associated with. And towards the end of the conversation with us, Dawn asked whether, she actually basically instructed me that I'm going to have to speak today. And so I gladly accepted. And I think I may have said to you that if you hadn't asked, I was going to find a way of saying a few things about Marole. I'm very privileged. I see a lot of my very good friends and friends of Moss around. And I've met Moss's sister, very graceful woman. And I'm sorry that what I'm going to say, or maybe what we say, she might not be able to get all of it. But notwithstanding, we need to do what we are asked to do. I have prepared a small presentation or a speech. So please don't be intimidated. It won't be that long. I'm known to be a little bit verbose. Today, I promise I won't be. And I'm known to be long because I am the son of a preacher, but I shall not preach to you today. Safe to pay tribute to Moss, a loving friend, and a pathfinder for me and to many of us. I stand here, like most of you, with a very heavy heart to come and express my grief and that of my family, and they feel the pain. Last night I received one of those, I think it's early this morning, from Ms. Nangeba Lubanga, a sister and a friend of ours living in New York, who sent this message. This is just to say that I was one of Moses' closest friends. He helped me with my statistics during my undergrad studies, not to mention the fact that I was his dance partner in most South African and other African parties taking place in New York City while he lived here. It is hard to believe he is no more, and I send my condolences to the family. Ends the message. There are others that might be here, like Pearl, like Dr. Tohlani, Sam Shakong, Peter Wundler, who I've seen, who lived with Moss long before my time in New York. They are equally grieved, and they have experienced Moses in different ways. I first met Moses way back in 1971 at Park Station in Johannesburg. That's well over a century ago. Half a century, I might correct myself. Moses had visited my brother Simon, who worked at Park Station, and I had just been released from Robben Island just a year before. And I was actually not supposed to be where I was because the Minister of Justice, Mr. Pelser, had banished me to a place called Hamatlala in Polokwane, where I worked as a farm laborer. But this time I had escaped the vicissitudes of the place I was in to visit Gauteng. And here I am getting in, to a point where I get to meet Moses Marole. I later discovered how close Simon, my brother, and Moses had been during my years away in incarceration in the 60s. It was. It was around that period that I met and later married my partner, Nana, who also got to know Moses very well. She is here with me to bid farewell to Marole, our friend, and Don's friend. Now, those who knew Moses well, as has already been said earlier, will attest that he was not an easy fellow to get along with. Not easy at all. Many may not understand this, and perhaps they might want to attribute that attitude of Moses to some form of arrogance. Far from it. Moses was a man who embraced high standards, and he expected the same of those that had the gumption to talk to him or even interact with him. He placed high standards for himself and sometimes exceeded those standards. Therefore, his tolerance for mediocrity was almost non-existent. And his forthrightness was a mark of discomfort to many. Marole left South Africa to do his MBA at Columbia University, as we heard earlier, in New York, and graduated in the early 1970s. Might I also add that he was the first black South African to earn an MBA degree, period, at that prestigious institution. Shortly thereafter, I was able to follow Marole to North America and settled the score with him in 1976 by also earning an MBA. But not in New York as Marole, not from a prestigious university, but in the Midwest state of Indiana, way in the Midlands of America. That move earned me some mild disdain from Moses, who was often ready to tease me and show a little bit of disrespect. Once in a while, he would call me and teasingly ask, "Gabby, when are you visiting the city?" In his mind, I had become this country bumpkin wasting in the cornfields of America. Our friendship continued to strengthen when I finally moved to New York City at the close of the 70s to join Citibank. By this one solitary move, I found out that I had regained the respect of Moses Marole. That was the standard he aspired to me and no more. I had said earlier that Moses was a man of high standards. Please excuse me. I'm a bit nervous. Now, ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding our friendship that blossomed, Moses also introduced me to the fast life of New York. I had just come out of prison. I'd lived in the Midwest, and I wasn't accustomed to all of what was confronting me. He had a little BMW he drove around with the number plate marked Soweto that he drove in Manhattan. Some of his friends that he later introduced me to included people like Professor Herbert Vilagazi, Professor Mojalifa, Dr. Steve Matsewani, a very famed physician attached to the New York Hospital. And of course, I mentioned people like Peter Wundler that were there around the time. And all these guys, for the most part, lived in the west side, on the west side of Manhattan, around Columbia University. Marole's illustrious company also included the likes of Hugh Masekela, Rose Koia, Professor Kosi Tsile, Eric Gale, the famed musician from the islands, Professor Andrew Lukele, Ambassador Aubrey Nkomo, and many, many more. So I was able to get very quickly into the New York South African exiled community because of Moses Marole, for which I'm very thankful. Moses was admired by many people, as this high-flying corporate executive living the high life of New York, and often in Seattle, where he worked for, I think it is a Weyerhaeuser company. And prior to that, of course, he had worked for the Bell Telephone Company in New York. He lived the high life. Well, thanks God, I was not too shabby either. I had grown to be a Wall Street corporate banker and had my pinstripe suits as well. But that was not nearly enough for Moses, despite all of that. He would often take me out for shopping to look the part because I'd come out of the Midwest. And he wanted me to share the dreary Midwest image that I came with into New York City. He used to say, "Mora, you must look like a New Yorker. You're now in New York." Moses showed me the bright lights of Broadway, took me to the clubs, and got me into trouble with my wife, often. I needed to comply to his high standards and never looked back since. I must say to those who don't know that Moses had an outstanding career that got him to travel widely around the globe during his stay in New York. His career took him from New York to Belgium, to Japan where he lived, New Zealand, Australia, and not to visit. He worked and lived in those parts of the world and parts of Europe. To many and to several of us, Moses had demonstrated that success is possible for those with resilience and the will to conquer. Dawn is well known to many gathered here, and some would say, I'm sorry, his South African business success is also very well known and was supported by Dawn here, who is quite well known to many of us. As some would say, as many people would say, Moses Marole was an acquired taste. You needed a hard nose to get along with him. Most of his friends that know that so had often to go around Dawn to plead for some kind of forgoing from Moses. We are glad that Moses came back to South Africa after conquering the world. It is back here where he met his bestie, this charming lady who permanently stole Marole's heart. Moses had met his match in Dawn in terms of standards. For once, Moses had a match. Because this woman exuded charm. She was beautiful, still is, intelligent, and the courage of a strong wife. Thank you so much, Dawn, for what you have done for our friend Moses and assisted him to become what he is. Many look at the man and often don't remember the crown behind the man. In conclusion, I'd like to just say that I feel extremely privileged to have known Moses and to have collided with him in his own world. He enriched my own experiences, my knowledge, and made immeasurable changes in my own life. So I take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to publicly acknowledge him as a great friend. Sepela gabotse morwa go fitlhela re kopana o tamiše ba bagolo ebile o fela o ntse o re gopola mo o leng gona. Farewell, dear friend. I shall miss you greatly. And condolences to your family, Dawn, the children, and all of you who have gathered here to pay tribute to this great South African. Thank you.
Shall we rise and sing the hymn, which will be on the screens? How great thou art.
Oh Lord my God, when I in awesome wonder consider all the works thy hands have made, I see the stars, I hear the rolling thunder, thy power throughout the universe display. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the technical team to get ready with our first video message for tonight. And as you do that, I would like the following speakers to please get themselves ready. So I will ask Portia Nematiti that you come and wait already. As the video is playing, I would like you to be in the front. I'm trying to make sure I do not get us back home way after sunset and dawn. So Portia, if you can wait for me here, and while Portia is speaking, I will then go and fetch my uncle Eric Mafuna to come and be ready to follow after Portia. And after Portia, ndidota kusaula mukororo wa madziwandira mulova ndovona kothobira kana namusi zvikoita we zvive zvotenda. Then we will have done our second bit of the speakers. If we can, please, re lebogeng Tate Magomola for such beautiful stories. Thank you. If we can please give him a big hand. Our video message that we're going to have now is from Alexander Kra. Have we got that? Thank you.
Today is a very unhappy day for all of us here in Germany at the Kra company, at the Kra community, because we got the information that our dear friend Moses passed away. And I like to express my deepest condolences to his family, to his friends, and his colleagues in South Africa and around the world. I remember last year in September, we met in Malaysia for a big Kra community meeting. During this meeting, we had representatives from more than 20 countries in Malaysia, and from South Africa, Moses was there. Not the first time, he regularly joined our events. He was a happy person, and we all liked him a lot, especially when he started telling us stories of his life, very impressive life. And now when I communicated already the last days that Moses passed away, many of our friends, of his friends, sent condolences to us, and I am passing them now with this little video to you in South Africa. We all hope that Moses will rest in peace, and we will continue his heritage as good as possible. From all of us, very deep regards, and this is life. When you're born, you're already prepared to die one day. And when this day is coming, we are all surprised and very unhappy. So take this hard day and the life continues. Bye-bye from Germany.
Thank you, Alexandra. And as I said before, the next speakers, and I won't come back to the podium to call each of them, but I will coordinate in the background. It will be my dear friend Portia Nematiti. If we go according to Uncle Moss, we are now cousins, we are sisters. And it will then be Wo Eric Mafuna, Tevera Rofiwa Vadau Wamatsevandira. Please use both microphones.
Ndimasiari kana lokobela. As she introduced me as Portia, Uncle Moss used to call me Rubengo with my vendor name. I think the previous speakers have said everything that I wanted to say about Uncle Moss. But I think the difference here is how I met Uncle Moss. I actually didn't meet Uncle Moss. He socially poached me from his wife. I met Don in Venda. Uncle Moss was there, but I never got to see him because it was at a funeral. We were busy. And me and Don agreed to meet each other back in Joburg. And I think we met twice. And the second time she came, no, she didn't come with him. He actually gate crushed. And from there on, Don was nowhere to be found, and it was me and Uncle Moss. So he stole me from Don. So now and again, when we're not happy with each other, I would remind him to say, listen, actually I was not supposed to be your friend. Don is my friend. But nonetheless, people call him Uncle Moss, Bra Moss. And the first time my daughter met him, she called him Grandpa Teddy Bear. And, you know, after Don instructed me like he instructed others, at least others got an opportunity to agree to speak today. But I drove to the house after she sent me a WhatsApp message in the evening. The following morning I drove there, and she was just not interested in my story to get out of, you know, me speaking today. But then, nonetheless, so I sat there and I started wondering, why did my daughter, at the age of 6, call him Grandpa Teddy Bear? And I realized that a teddy bear symbolizes friendship. And Uncle Moss was about friendship. It symbolizes companionship. Uncle Moss never wanted to sit alone. He always wanted to be surrounded by people. And as they say, the teddy bear brings comfort and joy to everyone. Wherever, whenever you were with Uncle Moss, you were surrounded by comfort, you were surrounded by joy, you will just find yourself laughing. I was very nervous as I was sitting there, and I was looking for something to calm me, and I looked at the picture, and he had showed me this picture because he was not happy with me. The picture standing in front of you, he said, why were you not at my 80th birthday? And I said, why? How could I be at the birthday when you're wearing a jersey like that? And he started laughing because the jersey was torn on the left shoulder. And I said, why on earth do you keep wearing this jersey? This jersey is ugly. So he would start laughing and he says, you know why I wear it? I said, why? He says, because Don hates it. And I said, that is nasty. He says, no, but sometimes I just like winding it up. So that's why I wear it. Uncle Moss, as many have said, became friends to him. But as I said to Aunt Donna, said, he didn't make friends, he made family. We all started as strangers, moved to friendship zone, and quickly moved into being a family member. And I always say, like Moses in the Bible, Uncle Moss had a way or a different style of leadership. Somehow, as a friend, he was there for you to guide you, to lead you to wherever you want to do. I mean, he would ask, what do you do the first time you meet? What are you into? And immediately, he would find somebody to introduce you to help with your destiny. And that is just who he was. He used to unify people. I mean, he was a people's gatherer. He was helping all of us. And I remember when I decided to step down from corporate, and I didn't tell him. And he called me one day, he says, I'm calling your number, your work number, and somebody else answered. I said, no, I quit my job. He said, Nichidera ngamanda, meaning you're very stupid. And he says, come here. And every time he calls, it will be Nurubengo, and I said, come here. And then I would have to ask, where is here? Then he says, where do you want to go? I said, no, you decide. And then we'll meet, and then I had to explain how I was struggling to balance my family life and corporate life. And eventually he was okay with it. And he says, okay, now we need to work on you feeding your kids. How are you going to feed your family? Uncle Moss was very territorial. And I can give you a simple example, is that in each and every restaurant that he went to, there was a table that was Uncle Moss's table. So if he says, let's meet, when you get to that restaurant, all you needed to say, I'm here to meet with Uncle Moss, they will show you his table. And they would actually even show you his chair to say, don't sit on that one. Because when he comes, he's going to move you. He loved his family. He loved his wife. And I hope this is something that I can say in church, but sometimes we'll be sitting there, I don't drink alcohol, and he would be having his bubbles, enjoying himself, and there'll be some ladies winking at him, and he would say to me, look at those ugly women. And then I'll turn around and he says, can you imagine me cheating on Dawn with that? Hell no. And you just couldn't help it. I mean, as much as he was my friend, but I think he became more of an uncle to me. We had a traditional vendor uncle-niece relationship. And I remember every time we met after his 80th birthday, 5 minutes within sitting down, he'll ask, why didn't you come to my 80th? And then I said, Uncle Moss, do you know how do you notice when somebody's getting old? He says, I said, they keep asking you the same question. And then he would laugh. And in those photos on his 80th birthday, there was one that he kept showing me very proudly, and it was where all his 3 boys were, Tanyani, Kabelo, and Cheza. And he would always say, these are my boys. Look at this, you missed this opportunity, you could have been here. And yeah, without saying much, I would miss the old bugger. As everybody has said, you will be sitting, and then there will be somebody at the next table sitting alone, and he'll turn around and say, hey, you. And when that person turns their head to them, he says, come here. This is a total stranger. And I'll be so embarrassed thinking, oh God, oh no. And it's, why are you sitting alone? And the person will give the story and say, no, come and sit with me. I went for some time not seeing Uncle Moss. And when we finally, probably about 2 years, I was going through life. Life was dealing with me. And when I met him, we spent about 2 hours chatting, catching up. And I realized something was different. And I was trying to figure out what was wrong. And then later, I realized, no, man, this old man hasn't said a swear word for the past 2 hours. This is totally unlike Uncle Moss. I mean, when I met him, and throughout the years that I've known him, which is, 15 years, 16 years, I don't remember. When somebody called me to say, where are you? I'm saying, I'm sitting with my uncle and they want to join me. The first thing I would have to say is to say, listen, I'm sitting with an old man here who is a bit vulgar. So just bear with him when you come here. Every 5th word is a swear word, the F word, and then after he gets tipsy, it goes down to the 3rd word. So, but this time when I met him, he had stopped swearing. And I told him, I said, what happened? Who are you meeting with? Who are your new friends? Because this is not the uncle that I know. And he said to me, listen, I do have another surprise. I said, what? He says, I've stopped drinking. I said, oh, really? Now that is something else. And then a few minutes later, he ordered a drink. I don't drink, so I don't really know much of this alcohol drinks. It looked like juice. And then later on, I realized that it was actually a cocktail of champagne and orange juice. So he was, he was not being honest with me. But yes, a friend, an uncle to me, a grandfather. As Manuel said, I mean, we're sitting, I think it was Saturday, and somebody asked and said, how are you related to Uncle Moss? And I wasn't sure because he's introduced me to everyone as his niece. And I wasn't sure how to respond. And luckily, his real niece was sitting there, Sheila. So I had to tell the truth to say, we actually not really related, blood related, but all these years, until today, he's still my uncle and will always be an uncle and will be grandpa teddy bear to my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, you can hear me well? All right. I'm not going to say half of the things that I was going to say because Mr. Mahumula has already said that. And a few other speakers have already nibbled into the spaces. Let me fill some of the gaps. The Moses that I remember, I met him at Teflop. Now, it's so long time ago, I can't remember whether I found him there or whether he found me there. But the beginning of this 1 year, we allocated rooms. And Moses can I have some water? Moses is in the room next to me. I didn't know Moses. Thank you. Never spoke to Moses. And one day, we're studying, and he's banging on the walls. So I'm wondering what's going on here. So I walk out and go to his room. Sorry. He says, "You're making noise." I said, "No, it couldn't be me making noise." He says, "Oh, so who's making noise?" So I spoke to him in Venda about it. He says, "Oh, no, where we were next in a dormitory not far from Professor Nsangwisi's place." He was so embarrassed. The next day, after lectures, he came and sat down and says, "So you are Venda?" I said, "Yeah, I'm Venda, you know." He says, "Where are you from?" I said, "Oh, some place that without a name you wouldn't know it." "It's not from Chakuma, you?" I said, "No, I'm not from PPD. I said, "No." He said, "Are you not from Kumbani?" I said, "No, not from Kumbani." "Oh." So we continued with this strange relationship. He was a curious character to me. The Moses that I got to know later, and most of you got to meet now here, is a much younger, looser, nicer, more approachable person than the Moses that I first saw at Teflop. The Moses I saw at Teflop was stern, always wearing a white shirt. Now, Teflop is a dusty place, right? And it's hot like hell. But Moses will forever be dressed neat. And the one thing that I never liked about him, he always had, what do you call this when you're parted? You know, he had a parted half. Yeah? And he also fancied that he played tennis. I didn't understand what school he went to. I said, but this guy looks like an old guy. So one time, well, it wasn't one time, Fairwood was killed. And I had a radio, so we had it on the radio news. So I jumped out, I was a hothead in those days. I jumped out and I was screaming on the courtyard of our section for everybody. I said, the bastard is dead or whatever it is. And they're all coming out and said, you can't say like that. Moses says, no, what's the problem? Where's this radio? So I said, there it is. So he takes my radio, puts it in his room. That was the beginning of our relationship. I didn't know whether Moses was older or younger to me, but I respected him greatly. He was not my kind of person. I had nothing to say to Moses, and he had nothing to say to me. I wasn't loud, but I was rough, I was tough. I was sort of the rebel on the campus. And Moses was this clean cut, with his parted hair. And he always represented that which I resented. So, I think after a year or so, Moses disappeared. I got a letter once to say, Fort Hare or somewhere, this is my address in case you want to talk to me. I never wanted to talk to him. Little did I know that fate has connected me to a brother. And this is the one lesson that I have learned in my adult life. That is, you're likely to fight with your siblings. You're likely to walk out on your family. You're likely to swear to a relative that never and never again will I be seen with you or be seen in your house. And you go out and look for a replacement. Moses was that replacement to me. I had a brother that was mean, terrible to me, nasty in every sense. He drank like for all the people in my family. Even my ancestors, he drank for them. He smoked until the mattress started smoking with him. So by the time I went to university, high school and university, I decided I needed a real brother. And I knocked in different places. And funny enough, the very guy that I thought wasn't going to be my real brother turned up to be Moses. Now, I'll skip a lot of other stories. I'm not going to compromise the dearly departed. Guess where Moses and I meet next? It's in New York. I met J. Walter Thompson. Sorry. I'm high up in J. Walter Thompson. I was in the top 6 of the international business development. Whenever I went to New York, I would go be installed in this apartment which had everything you wanted. But it didn't have a friend. So every evening I'll take the wine and whatever else and the food, and I'd walk up or get a taxi to Moses' apartment. And Moses and I would cook. We would cook a feast. And we would eat all of it without even realizing we finished it. Now, Moses of those days didn't drink much. If he drank anything, possibly would have been, colored water. He did not touch wine at all. So we would go out and raid the high spots of New York. Obviously, he liked Cuban music and would always go in there. Now, I hear you guys talk about the restaurant here and the seat there. When we arrived at this hot Cuban restaurant where they played Cuban music, hey, Moses, amigo, sit, come here. And Moses is installed right up front. And me, I'm sitting right there at the back. And he says, no, bring the chair. This is my brother from Africa. We enjoyed the music. We enjoyed the highlight. Sad to say, I went home by myself because I was working the next day. You know, we worked hard in advertising. And I left Moses where I left him at the Jazz Club. The long story short is I saw Moses transition. You know the guy with the and the funny rimmed glasses that says I'm erudite, I've been to school. He changed all that. From the old guy that I saw at Teflo, Moses began to grow younger. Moses began to grow looser. Moses was the kind of guy that wasn't a bar, a restaurant in the vicinity that didn't know Moses. But he wasn't drinking much. The third, fourth year, I've been doing New York and other places. Moses was changing. He was now sociable. He was a looser guy. I could relate to this guy. For example, he would say, where are you next month? I said, oh, okay, I'm in Toronto. From there I go to Germany, and then London, and then back to South Africa. He said, just give me the date when you're there. I give him the dates. It's Friday. I've just arrived. Can you fetch me? I go organize a taxi, fetch Moses. Says, how long are you going to be here? He says, well, how long are you here? Well, I'm saying, I'm likely to be here for 4 or 5 months and then go back home or be called duty to go to Atlanta or some other place. Every evening with Moses, we did all the hot spots. He came armed with all the high life. He says, for example, there's Dizzy Gillespie. Why don't we go there? And we go and then listen to it. So, there's Jacques Dupree. We fly to Germany to go and listen to Jacques Dupree. And the next morning we are back in London and I'm late for work. Now, I had to ask Moses, what exactly do you do in life? I think Gabby said it was between the AT&T and all those kind of things. But Moses was not a happy corporate type. Moses was an entrepreneur par excellence. Yeah? You would say, Moses, what about this? He says, you know what? I can buy this, and you can find in South Africa people that can take this stuff and will make money out of it. I never got to understand that. He would say, come to my place. He takes me to a warehouse where he stocked out all these things that he got from Australia, Taiwan, China, and whatever else. And he was selling. And that's how he was making his money. Moses did not have a desk, and Moses did not have business cards. The one thing I learned from Moses at a very early stage, he was always 5 paces ahead of you. And most people didn't understand that about Moses. And by the way, he was growing younger all the time. Fast forward, he says to me, when you come back to New York, you must let me know. I need you to go and meet a friend of mine. So, yes, I'm here, Moses. I'm going to be here for 2 weeks. I says, yeah, okay. Weekend, we are driving upstate to Poughkeepsie. So what is going on there? Don't worry. That BMW Soweto, we drove into this green BMW called, with this number plate Soweto. We go upstate New York, and we introduced to this real high life. I'm not sure how many of you'll ever get to meet that kind of high life. And this is George Soros, his country house. It's a huge barn, it's a compound. And he says, this is the man I wanted you to meet. He says, oh, so you are Eric Mafuna. So he's given me my bio and everything and whatever. So when he comes back to New York, we're always having dinners and lunches with George Soros. And I'm wondering, George Soros, this multi-billionaire, a Jewish guy, and Moses, where do they connect? And George Soros is not into wine. George Soros is a very serious guy. So whenever he comes around, he wants to talk the politics. He's talking the politics of South Africa and whatever. Okay, I'll skip a few things. The next stuff, George Soros is in South Africa. He wants to see Soweto. And I'm living in Soweto. I'm in Dube, Soweto. So I said, well, I don't know how we're going to do this, but, this is like the backyard, house in your place. He says, no, I'm coming. I'm bringing my wife and kids. So they come to Soweto. We try and make, you make it happen. I take him around Soweto. He wanted to feel Soweto for himself. And he went back. The connection was made. We've been buddies for a long, long time. We lost contact, Moses and I, with George. I think he was getting older and his kids were taking over the business. And I bet you, if there was a way George would have known about Moses, he possibly would have been here. That's how humble a guy was. And I had a lot of respect for Moses after that. But fast forward, a lot of you have talked about how Moses touched you in this or that. We are now out of Soweto. We're living in Branston. I've got a new wife. I've got a new wife, and Moses comes. We've got this nice place. At the back of this place is a 2-acre property. At the back, it's got indigenous trees. Yeah, the people that lived there made sure they brought in indigenous trees. So at the back, I added an indigenous thing in there. We had a boma. You know what a boma is? A huge one. Okay? And Francine is here. I'm sure she can stand. You'll see her. Francine and Moses had such a relationship, such a friendship. I was so happy. She was happier than I was because she said, now you really have a... I'm a drunkard. They don't know who I am. The true Moses, I think Gabby mentioned about the true Moses, was a very, very humble guy. Moses taught me humility. His mother was not well, and I had to go to PPD. Do you know PPD? Yeah, he came from PPD, a very humble place. His mom taught me humility. She was older, she was the same style as my mom, and she sat me down. She says, "Asongodzula kachiduro, kazule gubani apariambe." Zino Moses ukori minia. Musadzi wawo ungapi? Hatu wana msadzi. That was long before dawn. And she says, is he ever coming back? I said, I don't know. And she says, can you make sure that he comes back before I die? That was a mission that I promised his mother, that I'll make sure that Moses come back. That was the mission. I joined forces with George Soros. George Soros and I would meet with Moses, and George says, Moses, you'll never be a millionaire, okay? Because you are always chasing the next deal, the next deal. Here is the story. I suggest, I'll help you. Get your stuff and go back home. There's life in South Africa, better than this. Moses never regretted that. One time in our sober moments together as brothers, he said to me, you know, you saved my life. I was going to die in New York. That was not a life. I am back home, I've got a meaningful life. Oh, by the way, I did whisper to Dawn that I got a man for you. Less said about that. But I was so happy that they got on together. Before I know, there was somebody called Cheza. The next time I go, I made it my business not to be a nuisance at Moses' house. Even when I wanted to go there, I would say, Moses, that is your home, I must respect it. The rest is history. I love this guy. I respected immensely. He showed me parts of Moses that most of you haven't seen. A gentle guy, a vendor at heart, with his parted hair. Yeah, but I will be remiss not to say that when he called me early January this year, he always called me December, January, sometimes in July when he's in Zimbabwe, to say, there's good life here, you must come here. There's good life here, you must come here. He calls me this year and he says, I'm coming back in a week or two. I'll let you know and then we can go to a place, my restaurant. And he started coughing. And I said, there is no way Moses and I are going to meet at the restaurant. I knew Moses, and I knew that was a goodbye. A friend of mine who has a place in Zimbabwe called me from there. He says, no, this man must be taken out of me. He's very ill. You won't like the way he looks. And I knew. You would say, why didn't you go and see him? I wanted to remember Moses like most of you want to remember that Moses. Right? We all remember that Moses. I don't remember the Moses that used to swear at me. Would be walking across to my office in New York City, Grand Central, and Moses will be shouting at the top of his voice in Venda that they must know we're not, some slave children. We are the original. Yeah? And he takes my suitcase, he puts it on my head. He says, show them how. I couldn't sleep last night because I wasn't worried about what to talk. I wasn't going to write a speech. But I thought I should share with you these disjointed memories of Moses. Yeah? I was very sad because I knew in January when he phoned that it's a matter of time before someone calls me that Moses is no more. And in that conversation, we said our bye-bye. We used to say to one another, Fungugu. You know those in Venda, what do they say? Fungugu really palichia. Lichibuya alipar. That's a metaphor in Venda which says, when you are hungry and you have nothing, we will hear you scream and shout. But when you got something in your mouth, we never hear from you. So we said our fungubus, we said our bye-byes, and I knew, and thank you very much, Don, for giving me this space to share. Thank you.
Many of us here know Uncle Moss, but these are the stories we wouldn't know because some of them happened way before our time or they happened when we were nowhere near. Vadau, kabadevari taruchedze ngabo nabo Marole. And when Ropiwa is done, we will sing a hymn. I feel like we're abusing you here, but this is fine. All right.
Inda. Ndoropo madzivandira apa zvino. Ndimukolo wa chakuma cha madzivandira. Rodafa nga umarole. Umarole vachindiva sa mudamani, mudrau, madzivandira. Mukolo wa chakuma cha madzivandira. Nothing less. I've been struggling to put together or even to come up with something to say about Uncle Moss. I've known Uncle Moss for 15 years. In these 15 years, probably spent 90% of my time with him. So you can imagine it's very difficult to summarize that 15 years into 2 or 3 minutes. Let me first start my speech or my story with Uncle Moss by saying thank you to Ndanduleni for allowing Uncle Moss to bring me home, to treat me like the son, to put me on the same table with Cheza and Kabelo and give me the respect that he was giving to Cheza and Kabelo. I'm really grateful for these 15 years to the family. Cheza, Kabelo, and Ndanduleni, and the rest of the family. I'm really, really grateful. Had you not permitted that, I would not be standing here. So I'm grateful and thank you. Now that we have that out of the way, let me tell you about Uncle Moss. My Uncle Moss, very, very, very difficult person. Not easy in any way. All that has been said about Uncle Moss is the truth. Uncle Moss had the highest standards. I used to say to him, remember Uncle Moss, I grew up in Venda. I've never been anywhere else. You are telling me about America, the language that you're speaking, some of these words, I don't even understand. You're making my life so, so difficult. Then he will say, no, you have a dictionary, or check on the phone. Adjust your vocabulary. It was so hard for me. When I met Uncle Moss, I was the regional manager for one of the DFIs, doing very well, I believe. Then the first thing he said to me, what is your qualification? Say, what's the story with this old man with a head and asking me that question? I said, no, I hold an MBA degree. He said, good. Do you know that I'm the first South African to hold an MBA degree? I said, no, I didn't know. He said, Google it. So obviously I didn't want to Google that, but then he, for whatever reason, I think he gave me a little bit of respect that I hold a certain degree. Then the second thing he said to me, you are too clever to be employed. I'm thinking, hey man, I just got promoted. And I'm so happy now, I'm earning good. He said, you're too clever to be promoted, to be employed. You need to be out there, you're still young. You can do wonders. By the way, he was the first vendor man to ever tell me to quit my job. Everyone else will be pushing for you to get promoted, get recognized. But he put me in a position where I started questioning myself. And with all that I know, I was not entrepreneur enough to be out there on my own. I was raised in a royal way, so I was never totally exposed to business. But there's this man who believed in me, who believed I should be doing something that I was never exposed to. I think a month or two down the line, I got fired. So, for once, I had mixed feelings, because I knew that there's one person I don't have to explain to, and that was Uncle Moss. I called him, Uncle Moss, I need to see you. I got fired. There was no any other way of starting this topic. I got fired. He took his wine and said, I'll drink to that. Now you can face the real word, Boiki. The world is now yours. Don't even fight the employer. I don't care what they say you did, I don't care. Start the business and focus. We will make it through. That was the beginning of my entrepreneurship and having to develop entrepreneurial flair. Not a day did Uncle Moss not call to ask me 3 things, and I'm talking about every single day. How are you, Boiki? I'm fine, Uncle Moss. How's the family? I'm fine, Uncle Moss. How much money have you made? Uncle Moss, I'm just starting. Yes, but you're supposed to know. Ever since that time, every single day was a business day for me and Uncle Moss. We would sit around the table. We were exposed to all restaurants in South Africa. It doesn't matter wherever, Cape Town, we were known to be these people who always go to these restaurants. Often get questions, what do you talk about with this old man? And my honest answer, which I give to everyone every day, I don't know. I don't know. We talk every day about what I don't know. Because whatever that we would have started with, we don't end with that. Chances are, most of the time, the end of our conversations, we are fighting. The biggest fight, I want to go home. He doesn't want me to leave. I said, Uncle Moss, I've got a family. He said, I've got a family too. Dawn is all alone. She's sitting at home alone. So at least your wife has kids. She's fine. Sit here. But Uncle Moss was someone who was giving. He gave me more than what I've ever received in my life. He gave me life. I had no taste of so many things. Uncle Moss introduced me to life. He introduced me to things that I could not imagine. The saddest day in my life was the day I learned of Uncle Moss passing. Because that was the day I realized I'm on my own. Whatever plans, whatever things that we've discussed, who am I going to talk to these things about? I'm on my own. And for a second, I went through depression. I could not face up to Andon. I could not face up to Cheza. I could not face up to Kabelo. I was just lost. And I want to tell you the truth why I was lost. I didn't like the restaurant life that we were living. It was not for me. Because every time you think you're going to have a quality time with Uncle Moss, there's always going to be someone who will rock up to that table. Either by invitation or by association. And Uncle Moss will make sure that he entertains that person equally. The problem is when Uncle Moss comes to my house, he will make sure that whoever is in my house must leave because we need to have our time. I never had that opportunity. So with all the promises, all the discussions, all the plans we had. Since last week, I've been doing calculations to say, where to from here? How are we going to do these things? Do I just go and sit down with Chezen Kabelo and Andon and say, yeah, okay, let's see, let's try this. Let's see if this will work. I was left confused, still am. Because Uncle Moss, old as he was, he had 20, 30-year, 40-year plans for me and for everyone. But in that plan, he didn't tell me how we're going to get there. He told me that, Boyki, we will see miracles. But didn't tell me how. The miracles are going to happen. Wait, you will see. When he went to hospital, I remember the Tuesday, it was me and Don and Chezam. And we were teasing him while he was lying there. And we went crazy about all our dreams, all our plans. You need to do this, Uncle Moss. This needs to happen. Then, when I got a call from Uncle Bangi, for a second, I didn't like Bangi because anyway, much as this is his brother-in-law, that day he said Uncle Moss, and Bangi never said Uncle Moss, he said Bramos. Then I said, no, this guy's trying to cheat me. Somebody's going to call and say, no, whatever Bangi said is a lie. But it wasn't. So, to all Uncle Moss friends, mainly the friends, you saw the age gap between all of us. I think I'm much closer to Mafuna. I think that's why they put us category like that, age-wise and otherwise. To all his friends, take time to remember what Uncle Moss was all about. And if you dig deep, you will learn that it was all about development. It was all about developing other people, ensuring that we grow as people. He never took time to bring any person down, speak better than anyone. He always wanted to make sure you develop as a person and you contribute to the next person. He was true to his call, and I'm assuming his call was all about people, seeing success from people. You don't dare go and tell Uncle Moss that certain person hurt you. Much as you're angry, you don't go and say, Cheza did this to me and I'm very angry. You will play along. The moment you move, you will call Cheza. How dare you hurt this person? And that alone was a giveaway to say he only wanted peace among people he loves. He never wanted to separate anyone. So, to all the friends that we met around tables, where we met at Uncle Moss's house. I mean, we were talking the other day. Uncle Moss could throw a party with 2 sticks, invite the whole of Sandton, everyone, 2 sticks. And Don will see what to do. Uncle Moss wanted to be surrounded by people. But to all our friends, all the people that we became one because of Uncle Moss, if there's one thing that we can do right is to remember why Uncle Moss united all of us. It was for a good reason. And if we can continue that way, for sure his memory will be with us along all the way. To Andon, we remain, me and everybody else. Vinny, other guys that are here, I cannot name all of you, it's all of us, we're all your kids. Uncle Moss brought us home for a good reason. We qualify to be in your house. There are those that he kicked out. We remained, we qualified. So, we will continue to love you. We will continue to be there for you. we will never miss an opportunity to be in your presence. Because in that house, that's where we find true comfort. Knowing that you are there, the feel, the smell in that house, just give us the comfort that we need. KB, Cheza, the past few years we work on craziest projects. All those projects, Uncle Moss knew what he was doing, and he knew he was leaving. And he never made a mistake. He knew that you guys are capable, with no doubt, to execute whatever that he left for you guys to execute. Have strength. You guys, in you have Uncle Moss. In you have an opportunity of living with him, that legend. There is no way, and I'm going to bang this table, you're going to fail. Uncle Moss' departure does not in any way end anything. Instead, it tells us now this is a time to start and this is a time to excel. We have a book to write. Everyone was talking here, they were talking about Uncle Moss. Now they're going to talk about you guys. And that's what we want to see. That's what we want to read. So to the family, Marole boto abong be ba misana dwana liti ore bozori ndi bone bo Marole ba pipidi. Not a single day. We knew ore ndi bo Marole. Lufuno lwe baba nalo for his family, for the mother, for the sisters, for there's a nephew Kavuli. The stories that I know personally, it would be a mistake to forget that family. That family seated there. It would be a mistake, and knowing Marole, he will rise. And when he rises, so to avoid that, let's love each other, let's respect each other. We have a long way to go. We have a very, very long way to go. So I really want to say thank you to everybody who contributed in ensuring that Uncle Moss lived to this day, who made sure that Uncle Moss was happy. I know your hand took so many punches, but you know what? Those punches were needed to keep him to this day. So I think I've spoken too much and too long, but when the chief speaks, there's no time because we can just go. But I am really grateful, and thank you, Makazi. Thank you very, very much.
Ngachivenda rimbodiri iponde ichisia marambo. Orivasongo yesa musanda. I would like to ask all of us to please rise and sing the hymn which many of you will know as Abide With Me. We have it on the screen in Chivenda for you. And that is how we will be singing it today. Zuranane ke umade kwana. Okay, I don't know this version that's on the screen. Please give me a second. I am going to ask that we sit and go through the video that is linked up next so that we can come back and sing the correct version of this song. What we have there is not the correct one. We are going to take Antonio's video, and then after Antonio's video, hopefully we will have linked up the correct version of the hymn. Thank you very much.
I'd like to start by expressing the Francis family's condolences and deepest sympathy for the Marole family. We really appreciate you guys allowing us to share some of our memories with you today. And had it not been for the distance and the time of notice, we would have definitely been in attendance. My wife Elise and I traveled to South Africa in 2010 for the World Cup. And on, I think our first day after traveling through Johannesburg, we decided to stop at the hotel bar. And a few seats away from us is this guy that's making all this commotion, however, in a good way, because people are laughing and having a great time. And all we could really hear is that he has to close his tab because he must go home. And as he passes my table, he looks at me and says, "What's your name and where are you from?" I said, "My name is Antonio Francis and I'm from Washington, D.C. And I asked him, "I see you have a cap on. Did you go to Columbia?" He had a Columbia hat on. And he says, "Who's asking?" And I said, "I am." And he says, "Yes, I did. What do you know about that?" And I said, "I actually went to Columbia." And after going back and forth, he pulls up a chair, decides to stay a little longer for the next round of games. And we quickly just started retelling stories of our childhood, of grad school, of New York City. And after that, he mentioned that he worked for a company, International Papers, out of small town, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, that I would never know about it because it's such a small little country town. And I actually tell him, ironically, I just started a solar energy company out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And I don't know if he didn't believe me, and I don't know if I didn't believe him, but after talking both about New York City and North Carolina, we realized that we were both being very genuine and true. And he insisted that we come to his home to watch a game, quote unquote, in his outhouse. So that night, I think we went to bed and he says, "Francis, I'm gonna show you Africa." And I said, "What part of Africa?" He said, "All of Africa." But I thought at this time, hey, you know what? He's been at the bar all day. I've been at the bar probably way too long. You know, it was great knowing him. And we'll keep in touch. And to my surprise, I wake up the next morning, go down to eat breakfast. And sure enough, at the reception, who's waiting for me? Moses Marole. And I said, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "I have to show you Africa. And you're late. Africa's big. We got a lot to do. Come on, let's go." And I look at my wife and I said, this guy actually showed up. So we went back up to the room because we didn't expect to leave the hotel. And I'm happy I took him up on the offer. He showed me a fantastic time in Joburg. After that, my wife and I left and we went on to Durban and to Cape Town, and we did a game reserve at Pinda Lodge, I believe, north of Durban. And on our way back, we call Moses and he shows up and continues to show us a good time. Right before leaving, he asked me, "What is it that you do again?" And I said, "I have a solar energy company." He said, "Oh, we don't need any of that. South Africa has a lot of coal. We don't need any energy." And I leave back to the States. About 2 weeks later, he calls me and says, "You got to come back. You got to come back. I got some people I want you to meet." And I said, "For what?" And he says, "For your business. It's going to be good for your business and good for Africa." So sure enough, a few weeks later, I found myself back in South Africa where Don and Moses had arranged some meetings for us that went very well. We met some very influential people at the time that were dealing with some of the energy challenges of the country. And fast forward, he then comes to the United States, and I said, "Okay, it's time for me to show him America." He was up here for the U.S. Open in New York City, so I traveled from Washington up to New York to visit. And to my surprise, or probably not that much to my surprise, everyone at the hotel knew Mr. Marole, Mr. Marole, Mr. Marole. And I was like, I get it. You know, he's been here 3-4 days. I know how he moves in Joburg, so what can I expect? But let me take him out of here. So we leave a hotel, and as we're walking in the street, literally at least 2 or 3 people say, "Hey, Mr. Marole, how you doing? Hope everything's going well." And I started thinking to myself, I lived in New York for many years, and there's millions of people here. We're in a touristy area. How do these people know who this guy is? Anyhow, we go to eat dinner at night, and the restaurant tells us, "Do we have a reservation?" Which we didn't. And they tell us, "Sorry, there's no more availability." And Moses bypasses reception, looks around, tells them, "Organize a table here for him and his son, that he's here in America for a few days and he needs a meal." And to my surprise, by the end of that meal, they started saying, "Mr. Marole, Mr. Marole, Mr. Marole." So I guess where I'm going with all of this is that Moses really, really lived life. He enjoyed himself. He was larger than life. He connected people. He was very memorable to all those who came across his path. And I just believe that, he's created a bond between my family, Don, Chetza. We're here for you. You have family here in Washington. If you ever shall come, please look us up, let us know, and look forward to talking to you guys soon. Take care.
Are we ready with the hymn? No, okay. I'll come back to the hymn, you must not worry. The last tribute speakers, and this is 4 of them, so I'm going to do 2 speakers. And after the second speaker, technical desk, if you can assist us with the last video tribute. And then we will take 2 more speakers. And these speakers are Johan Grobler. Oh, Johan, we can't think of Uncle Moss existing and not think of Johan. After Johan, Primala, if you can please get ready to come through and speak as well. So we'll have Johan Grobler, followed by Primala Singh. In between, we will have a video tribute, and then we will come back to Mondewa Africa, followed by Ebakwebo Wotakaran.
Thanks. Good evening, everybody. If I look at the flowers, I think we must celebrate it. I think it's a good time. One day we were driving, or let me start at the beginning. I got a phone call from a lady, Portia, that one that sits there. She was here. No, there's a man that wants to see you. I said, oh, okay. Who's he? No, come. So I had to go to the koi. So I met this gentleman there with a hat. And he said, sit down. So I sat down. What you doing? I thought by myself, what's it got to do with you? You must know, I'm white, and he's black. What has it got to do with him? Right. And then we started. So when we finished, we left. And I thought by myself, oh well. He phoned me. Where are you? He said, no, I'm at home. Come here. I said, where? Yeah, the koi. Okay. So we met again. And guys, that's history. So we become friends. And then we become brothers. And then we become business. And we become everything together. There wasn't a day that we haven't spoken to each other. And if I don't phone him, and 2 days, 3 days later, he will send me a WhatsApp and say, what's this childishness of yours? Then I ask him, why? He said, I'm the eldest. You better phone me. I said, okay, Uncle Mose. 2 o'clock in the morning, guys. 3 o'clock in the morning, he will phone me and then we'll talk. And we'll have a conversation and we will gather on and, right? And one day at the house, there was a baby shower. I can still remember. Yours, sir? There was a baby shower. Now you must remember, guys, if you look at, there's only one white guy, like always one. So I said to him, Uncle, hey, Uncle Mose, I can't. He said, excuse me, they left me in the oven too long, but they took you out raw, come. Guys, he was a man with an open hand. Totally, totally open. He lived his life, and he enjoyed life. We went to Bloemfontein one day, and we came back, and he said, no, let's stop there at Ventersburg. So we stopped. He said, buy something, let's eat. I said, but there's nothing to eat here. It's like a one-house town. No, I said, let's get something to eat. So we bought, I think it was a pie or something, right? And as we drove off, there's just a guy next to the road, and we go on. He said, have you seen that guy? I said, yes. He said, turn around. I said, okay. We turn around. Stop. He said, give him your food, give it to him. So I got out the car and I gave him my food and my cold drink and everything. He said, okay, now we can carry on. Go back, go and buy something else for you. You know, that was Uncle Moses. I can remember him. We can go. Well, let me tell you this. I think all of you must be jealous of me. Because me and Uncle Moses, when we met, we became more than brothers. Okay, we had different mothers, but from the same place. Right. We were spending time more than what you can think of in my bakkie, driving around this country for piano board. Since 2015, isn't it, Don? That we started, yeah? And at one stage, he said to me, I had enough of this. I said, excuse me? So what's going to happen to us? If you've got enough, what's going to happen to us? I said, we have to do it. We've started it, we just have to do it. Guys, and we're still going to do it. There's so much to come. And just because of him. And there's many times, you know, when we argue. And one night he phoned me and he asked me, why's this cancelled? I said, I don't know. He said, but you're supposed to know because you're in charge. I said, I don't know. And he carries on and we had an argument. Puts the phone down. Phone rang again. Immediately after it. And I thought by myself, hey man. I pick up the phone. I said, yes, Uncle Mose. He said, John, I love you. Go to bed. That was, you know, the friendship that we had. We can have arguments, we can have even fights, we can have everything, and at the end of the day, it was great to know him. And, well, I promised him I'm still going to punch him. Because he left before me, and we said we will do everything together. So I still have to punch him. So when he gets to that side and he goes into heaven and they ask him, why have you got a blue shiner? He's going to say, you see that one, it's him. And, you know, yeah, the last couple of months when we went up, you know, we went to PE just the other day. When we came back, we had conversations and, you know, deep ones, shallow ones, useless ones, idiotic. We laughed. We had good times together. And when we came back from PE, we put in some diesel and he asked me, don't you want to go and get me some water? I said, no, then no problem. I said, so I gave him his water, drank his water, and now as we pulled off, he said, you know what? I'm getting old. It's getting to me. I said, no, man. Another 20 years. He said, And then when we came back from your sister's funeral, wedding, and I had to stop twice for him. But we were talking about these things, and he said to me, you know, it's getting hard. I said, Uncle Mose, don't worry. There's plenty of us that will support you. right? But unfortunately, he went before me. But I know why. Because when I get that side, we're going to have another hell of a time. It's going to be great. And Dawn, KB, Jess, you know what? It's nice to be family, huh? And I think it was not an honor. I wouldn't say it was an honor to know Uncle Mose. I think it was a privilege. He was good. No. He was good, the bad, and the ugly. Because, guys, I think if you phone me, that is how close we were. We had the same ringtone. He made Chesa, to find that ringtone on the Apple Store. So if you hear the good, the bad, and the ugly, you know. It was either my phone or Uncle Moses' phone, and that's how close we were, guys. So he was the good, and I was the ugly. We wouldn't say who was the bad. But I can promise you, I enjoyed every moment with that man. We had great fun. We had great times. And, you know, he will phone me like 11, 12 o'clock in the morning and say, where are you? I said, no, I'm at the factory. Wait for me, I'm coming. Knowing he will be there at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. No. But it was great. It was great knowing him. And you know what? I think we need to celebrate it because I think I'm the only one that's dressed. Oh, you, Ali, thank you for dressing up like me, you know, that we can celebrate and not having a dull moment, because I don't think Uncle Mose will have it. I think wherever he is, he's enjoying it, and we're going to see him soon. And I tell you one thing, wait for it, guys. Heaven is not going to be the same. Thank you very much, Dawn, Chesa, KB, thanks.
Oh, thank you, Primala. We are going to go to Primala's tribute. After that, we will play a video, the last video, and then we will do the hymn.
Good evening, everyone. After listening to all these tributes about Moses, the good, the bad, the ugly, reprimanding everyone, I feel so blessed because I was treated in a totally different way. You know the song, Treat Her Like a Lady? Can you believe Moses treated me like a lady? I never got to experience the bad and the ugly, so I consider myself honored. This quote by John Bunyan, "You have not lived today until you have done something for someone who can never repay you." Keep that in mind, because as I go through my speech, you will actually understand how much that quote meant to Moses. Today, as I stand before you, I am overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss and disbelief. This has got to be the saddest and one of the toughest days of my life. The news of our dear chairman, Moses' passing, is an agonizing reality to me. Moses wasn't just a colleague. He was a guiding force, a mentor, and a cherished member of our BVI family for over 22 years. His leadership, wisdom, and warmth have left a mark on each of us, and his absence is deeply felt. It is clear that Moses' legacy will live on, not only through the company's achievements under his leadership, but also through the countless lives he touched and the memories he created. Moses' vibrant spirit and optimism had a transformative effect on those around him. His zest for life and his positive outlook had a magical way of brightening even the darkest of days. To me, Moses was more than a mentor. He was my guiding light, a father figure, and my sunshine through my moments of despair. Reflecting on my experiences with Moses, I'm flooded with gratitude for the privilege of knowing him. Ours was a special and a very unique relationship. When I faced the loss of my dad, Moses' support and presence, even traveling to KZN for the funeral, can you imagine Moses attending an Indian funeral? Can't he? He showcased his boundless compassion and empathy. His presence provided solace in a time of immense grief, once again illustrating the depth of his compassion and empathy. Moses possessed a unique charm that endeared everyone to him. Despite his stature within the company, he remained remarkably humble and approachable. I recall his fondness for lunches, although he rarely didn't indulge in eating much himself. Instead, he would often leave the food untouched, insisting that it is given to the car guards. A small gesture that spoke volumes about his generosity and thoughtfulness. Moreover, his kindness extended beyond the confines of our workplace. He would unfailingly tip the waitresses and the waiters from his own pocket long after the bill had been settled and the tip was paid, once again exemplifying his innate goodness and the generosity of spirit. As I said, he lived by the words of John Bunyan, reminding us that true living comes from selfless acts. Moses embodied resilience, often reminding us to get up, dress up, and show up, regardless of the circumstances. I called him my great mind because he always stood out in his way of thinking, and he always amazed me. I am deeply grateful for all the guidance and faith Moses had in me, and I thank him for believing in me. To our partners at BVI, Moses expressed immense gratitude for the company's direction. He cherished every moment he shared with all of them. Last year, we had an 80th birthday celebration for him in Cape Town, and everybody got him a gift, and everybody expressed how they felt about him. This touched him deeply because he sat with me after that, and he also couldn't understand how everybody could love. He said, how could everybody love this old bugger so much? But we did. He had the greatest respect, and he cherished every moment with Stefan, recognizing his dedication and commitment. As he would say, always making time for an old man. Moses' love for BVI was palpable, especially during the last awards function. It was an industry function where he stood up proudly on stage, beaming with pride, as he expressed his deep affection for the company. He infused positivity into every meeting that we had at BVI, and never harbored resentment, even though he always spoke his mind. He always encouraged us to speak how we feel. He always said to me, the energy never lies. To the Marole family, our heartfelt condolences go out to you during this difficult time. Dawn, your strength and support were a beacon of light in Moses' life. He told me that numerous times. And he cherished you deeply. We thank you for keeping us informed during his hospitalization every step of the way. And thank you for playing the voice note to him. I'm so grateful for that. Because even though we never got to see him, but at least he got to know how we felt about him. As we mourn Moses' passing, let us also celebrate his remarkable life and the legacy of kindness and compassion he leaves behind. He would want us to remember him with joy and gratitude, honoring his memory by embodying the values he held dear. We take solace in knowing that we now have another angel watching over us. Moses, your memory will be forever cherished, and your legacy will continue to inspire us all. Thank you, Moses, for everything. You will be deeply missed. And we will cherish the memories of your vibrant spirit, your love for spontaneous moments, and your infectious zest for life. I know Moses would not be happy if I ended this speech in a normal way. He would want me to do something that's going to make him smile, something different and unique. Because he always said I brought a unique thing to his table. So, in tribute to Moses' spirit, let us come together to sing a song called I Did It My Way by Frank Sinatra, the song that best describes him. He would be dancing and smiling, listening to this heartfelt rendition, and probably choking because I can't sing at all. I'm not a singer. But I will do this for you, Moses. Be spontaneous. And I know as you listen to us now, you're going to be saying, Yebo, yes. So I hope this plays. I'm not sure. Okay. So are you going to join me, everyone? Now the end is near, and so I face that final curtain, my friend. I'll say it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each, every highway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way.
And he did it his way. Can we please have the video?
It is with the deepest sorrow that we extend our heartfelt condolences to you during this incredibly difficult time. We are deeply saddened to learn of Moses' passing. He was not only a partner, but a dear friend, mentor, and a fatherly figure to us. Since July 2017, I had the privilege of working closely with Moses on the Crab Pipes project in South Africa. Throughout our journey together, we shared both the highs and lows, and doing so, we became more than just colleagues. We became a family. Moses was more than a mentor to me. He was like a brother and a father I never had. His wisdom, guidance, and unwavering support were invaluable for me, and I will forever cherish the memories we created together. In the darkest days, Moses was my beacon of light, always radiating warmth and positivity. His presence brought comfort and strength to all who know him. Please know that our hearts are heavy with grief, and our thoughts and prayers are with you and your family during this time of mourning. We are committed to honoring Moses' legacy and preserving his heritage. Dawn, Cheza, and Cabello, you are not alone in your grief, and we will stand by your side, offering our love and support in any way we can. May you find solace in the cherished memories you shared with Moses, and may this spirit continue to shine brightly in your hearts.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite everyone to stand for the hymn we couldn't sing earlier. When the hymn is done, we will have Monde wa Africa and Takarani Mukwebo. Monde, I'm going to ask that towards the end of the hymn, you come to the stage. We really have run out of time, and I must now start being quite strict as everybody speaks. I'd rather we had more time for Aunt Dawn when she comes to speak to us. Zuranane ke humade kwana usongo tua ndichisi wana yesoida sweet sweet likonani langwana dina iwezwi nani zuranane muchidzi wa jena wabanane ndingasi polena zwimbabao na zwindemeraho mudengu ndiwe a zwikona aho zuranane ndiwewo daho mumfumere heri wambochinyaho ruranane umfumere revo untanzwe zvivi unkangwerevo dzura nane nandingakonana wasabatsini umadekwana honotonzwi ndokoverelwavo tenda nalufuo lukundavo realiwo.
Meton, the Marole family and Mahashule family, elders of the church, distinguished guests, and fellow mourners. I greet you all in the name of Lord Jesus Christ. My name is Monde Africa. I met Uncle Moss in Zimbabwe. In 2010, I lost my father, and I decided to move to Durban to be close to my mother. And I moved to Zimbabwe. Like many other persons who came here, I met Uncle Moss at the bar, at the hotel. Circumstances very similar to many of the previous speakers. With his laughter and his voice, young man, come here, who are you? And I introduced myself, and and he asked me what I was doing. And I told him I've just lost my father, and that I'm here to be closer to my mom. And that was the friendship that started. He took it upon himself to become a father figure to me. And our relationship grew from a father figure to Uncle Moss being a father, being an entrepreneur that we were trying few things with, being a connector, where he was helping many of us connect with different people in making our dreams come true. And late, he became a big mentor to me. I'm going to speak to him as a father figure. Those years, for me, were very difficult. He was very gentle, very wise. He helped me to go through the passing of my father. And also, he taught me how to be a man and to stand up and look after my mother and do things that my father would have done for my mother. And I think for me, I'll be forever grateful to Uncle Moss for that. I'm going to also speak to Uncle Moss as an entrepreneur. We tried many things. One time he took me to the west of West Rand, of Joburg. It was a company that was manufacturing mayonnaise. And he said to me, Monde, I've got a beautiful business for you. I said, Uncle Moss, I am there. We went to see this company. It was an Italian family. They were producing mayonnaise. And we looked at the business, we looked at the operations. I was very impressed by Uncle Moss' business acumen. At that time, I was not aware that he had done an MBA. There I was, with business jargon and thinking I have an MBA, I'm going to impress him. And after the meeting, he says to me, young man, I was very impressed, but this is what you missed. And what he said to me was so profound. And I realized that the wisdom that he had, and most importantly, the technical capability that he had from a business point of view was amazing. And I think from that day, I respected Bramos from not being my father, but for also being a business mentor. We tried many things with our friends in Namibia. We even tried to bring Nando's to Namibia. Hans will know the story about our pursuit for that dream. There were so many things we tried with Bramos that I think I learned a lot from him, and many of us learned from him. I also want to talk to you about him, Bramos, as a connector. I think the days of being at Zimbabwe were very important to me in my life as an entrepreneur. I think besides at the time making Fairmont rich, because I think we were paying the rent for Fairmont there because we were always there at the bar. I think the turnover was, after we left Zimbabwe, I think the turnover started to affect them a bit, and that's why I think they changed and they went out of business. From the days of sitting at the bar to going to Daruma afterwards, come back to the bar, or go to Belpundo and come back to the bar. I think Bramos taught me so many things about personal touch and personal relationships. I think he introduced me to many people that I have known today, and they've become very strategic in our business, and it was through Bramos, the connector. One day, I had not seen Bramos. We had a project in Namibia where we just had built 120 kilometers of rail in Namibia, and we had some issues with the department there. And I came back, we were at 1920, and I was mourning to Bramos saying, hey, these African governments, blah, 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 blah. And then he says, what, in Namibia? No. I'm going to introduce you to a young man of mine. I'm going to call him now, no. And he took his phone, and then he made a call. Not realizing that Bramos was calling the president of Namibia. And I was like, Bramos, no, I didn't mean it that way. And in no time my problems were solved in Namibia. So I will be forever grateful to him for that. And lastly, I want to speak about Bramos, the mentor to me. The past 2 months or 3 months for me were really not so great. I got sick. I was in hospital for 8 weeks. After coming from hospital, I made a stop at 1920, our favorite spot, and I bumped into him. And he said, hey, I've been looking for you. I wanted to invite you to my 80th, and I told him the whole story. And I think that was the last day I saw him. And he took me through all issues around sickness, immortality, and the loss of living your children and all of that. And he took me through to life, in a manner that I accepted my condition at the time, and I took a very positive spirit about my sickness, and he gave me a lot of courage to move forward. And I really look back to that day, and I said, I think it was his last gift to me. And I'll be forever be grateful. And not that I know that that was the last time we will speak, and that he will also face his own challenges. What I want to say is that he was a great man. He taught me a lot. He taught us, a lot of us, he showed us love. He gave us guidance. He shared us with his experiences of America. He shared us his knowledge in business. He gave us so much. And in my language, what I want to say as my final goodbyes to him, I will say, uyibekile induku ebala, zohamba insizwa kosalibongo, hamba kahle, sokuthanda njalo, usikhombisile indlela, sizoyithatha ibaton, siqhubeke phambili, sigijime nayo, siyabonga, uhamba kahle, God bless you. Mam Don and the family, God may heal you during this difficult time. Thank you.
Sibonge. Thank you so very much, Monde. This is what we are going to do. So we will have Takarani Mukwebo, and after that, Ridoba Rofedza with all the tributes, and we will come back for a truly special video.
Thank you. Lokovera. Samuso ambiwa uphi nendiphi Takalani wa Mkwebo. So in actual fact, I can be the only one who can really boast from all the guys who've been here and to the real uncle. To me, he's a real uncle. A blood uncle. A blood uncle. Uncle Moss and my father, brothers. Not were brothers, are brothers. Uncle Moss. These two, they loved each other. They really did. So every time you hear one, we'll be talking about the other one, and so on and so on. But let me leave that part. I was just trying to boast about me being the real. So I'm his nephew. I'm his nephew, and I'm honored to be here to represent all nephews and nieces this evening. And thank you very much. I know in my mother tongue, Gachivenda, makadzi arali vasiho mafungo achimbili. When the aunt is not here, things don't go so well. So I'll be wrong. Ara ndisongolumelisa makadzi futhi ndidepende palumelise lokovera. Nertos di posavo and again, as I said, I'm honored here this evening to stand in front of you to talk about a family man. A family man who's I've already said is my uncle, a family man who's a giant. In Venda, in the olden days, we didn't have the technology to measure probably the length of the tree. So we are only able to measure the length of the tree once you've chopped it. You begin to see how long the tree was. So even now when we are here, we begin to see, I shouldn't get emotional because, but I'll try very hard not to be emotional. The only time that we see how tall or how long the tree was and the branches and what it touched, where it's only when this tree is lying down after it has been chopped. And this is where we are. And we've been listening to so many speakers. So he's a man with a purpose, a vision, and he lived his vision. And most of the people who came here could attest to that. He was a go-to uncle as a family man. He's a leader, he's a connector, he's a counselor, not just for us as a family. And he was a generous man. I think all the people who were here, they can vouch for that, as they were said. He was a generous man. He shared his knowledge, his business knowledge. He gave guidance. I mean, all people were just attesting to that. He gave guidance to all, and he did this for free. For free, not a consultant. Sorry about if there's anyone who's a consultant. I didn't mean to. For free. And he had an intuition about business deals. And once he stick to one, or once he get into it, he just keep on going. He just put his head down and go for it. And most of you who came up here attested to that again. He actually, it's almost like he can smell a good deal from far away. You picked up from the videos as well. He was a bridge between young and old. We could see from the speakers here as well. It was a bridge between young and old. So the young can say, "Hey, uncle." Well, I'm lucky that from the day we were born, he was there with my dad. So we've known him since we were toddlers. And everybody speaks about the phone calls. I used to dread these phone calls. If I haven't spoken to him, probably if I could last about 3-4 weeks. And all of a sudden, that phone rings. "Hey, boss." Yeah, I know when I answer, the first thing, "Nyalwara inina." Nyalwara in Venda, it's, "Are you sick or something? Why haven't you called me? Ndanduleni mean. Ndanduleni mean. Mlato again." And I would say to him, "No, I was just thinking about you. You just beat me to it. Sorry about that." And probably lastly, as you guys were talking about, the rest, I mean, they have mentioned, as I can just simply say, he was a wine connoisseur. And you attested to this. Well, he was a wine connoisseur. I'm not going to go to the examples of what happened with Burasoli. I think we've run out of time, so I'll leave that part in terms of how we were being taught about wine and so on and so on. As a family, we have lost a leader, a go-to man, and he's an uncle who did connect the families, and he tried. I mean, families are very finicky, you know. Some of us, as we grow up, we think we've become smarter and so on. We will behave in a different way. But as you guys were saying earlier on, once he calls you, boy oh boy, you know what's coming to you. So we have lost a leader, we have lost a connector, we have lost. He has managed to be, I think simply put, he's just different. He's just different. Hence, I'm honored to stand here and to be able to speak about him. And most of you speakers you have. And I think I'll stop at this and just simply say, thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Taki. Okay, yes, we are ready with the video. And Don, there's a beautiful journey we are about to show. Everybody, the 1st of April was the anniversary of the Maroles. Monday. So we're going to play this video. And after we've played the video,
We will then all rise and welcome Ndanduleni Marole to come and share a little bit with us. And after that, we will have a hymn and invite the chaplain back to come and close us off in prayer, following which we will have a little bit to bite before we all part. Can we have the video, please? Please rise and welcome Ndanduleni. Technical people, please assist me with having this mic stand do the job it's here to do. You may sit down. Ready.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madekwana budi. Bovuani. Bovuaza budi. Jumelang, good evening. I'm so sorry that you had to be here this long, but I think I can understand because the life of an 80-year-old man stretches forever. So apologies, truly, truly from me and my family. Where do I start to talk about Moses Marole? When God made him, when he finished, he threw away the mold. There couldn't be too many of him in this life, otherwise life would be very chaotic. Moses was born from a family of chiefs, from a very humble family though. He used to joke and say, Don, you know these vendors, if you take a stone and you throw it, you have every chance of it landing on the top of a head of a chief. That's just how many we have there, so don't take these things seriously. He was a loving family man. But one thing about Moses is that you couldn't contain him. You could not box him. And I learned that very early on in our marriage. You know, like a typical, let me not say typical, like I was raised in South Africa as Musadi wa Motswana. You know, we cook at home, cook for our husband, we do all sorts of things. And you know, I was so shocked just when I was dating Moses. And after we got married, and I'm being a traditional wife, go to work, come back, cook, and he looked at me and said, Don, why would you want to feed me? And I'll be so shocked. And he's like, I was so shocked. He's like, no, man, I want to eat what I want. I don't want these pre-arranged cooked meals where I get home and I'm told, here's the food, and you've got to eat it and you end up eating that food. But I think he was just showing me freedom, that you don't have to be like everybody else, because he wasn't going to be like everybody else. He got married at an older age and he wasn't going to be traditional. He was just going to be Moses. And at the beginning, it was very difficult. But Moses being Moses, you'll get used to it and you'll accept him as he is. And you end up having freedom in your marriage and having trust. The interesting thing is we got married on the 1st of April. And how Moses proposed was, we had a very good friend Pastor Don Phillips. He's the senior pastor at Rema Umtata, very close friend to Moses. And Moses used to say to Pastor Don, you know, Pastor, don't preach to me. You see, me, I was an altar boy in the Roman Catholic days. I've done all the praying and all the church things that are going to last me for the rest of my life. I have a ticket to get me into heaven. And, you know, as a result of that, they become friends, and Pastor Don didn't look at Moses and wanting to convert him all the time. He accepted Moses the way that he was. And they remained friends up until Moses passed away. So with Pastor Don coming backwards and forwards to Johannesburg, one day Moses comes and says to me, Don, do you know that Pastor Don is going to be here for the whole week? Why don't we get married? So, and that day is a Tuesday. And he says, you go buy your own ring. I said, Moses, how do you say we get married and I go buy my own ring? He says, Don, I'll end up buying you an ugly ring and you won't like it. So either we go together or you go, I give you the money, you buy your own ring. So we ultimately agreed that we will go together. But then the issue was Pastor Don was coming and was leaving Sunday, and he was coming on a Tuesday. So Moses tells me this on Monday, and that Saturday was the 1st of April, which is April Fool. And friends of Moses that have known him as single for a very long time, until he was an old man, at 50-something, they said to, you know, that week we were like inviting everybody, hey, we're getting married on Saturday. They're like, Moses, April's Fool's Day. And he was like, no, I'm serious. We are definitely getting married. So Pastor Don says, you mean I should bring the book for the marriage certificate? And Moses says, yeah. What do you want? Why do we need to have 3 months planning this thing until we part ways because of the stresses? You know, and that's how we got married. It's just like Tuesday, he told me, Saturday, we had a wedding at home. Done. Moses was not the one for all these things, you know. But he was a very loving father, very hard to the kids, but very loving. He expected a lot, like everybody has said. He expected a lot from everybody, and he expected more from the children, particularly Chetsa as the last born. He's like, Chetsa, you have elderly parents. You've got to be strong right now. I don't know how long I have, so, you know, get as much as you can. And was very loving towards them. He had brass, he had these rough edges. But inside Moses was a very sweet person. Very, very, very loving person. Very harsh to the nieces and the nephews, to all of them. If Moses had not shouted at you, you know that, you're not part of Moses. He would, as they walk into the gate, and I'm like, Moses, oh, please, just leave the kids alone, Why are you on to them? No, they can do better, them, they can do better. And, as an uncle, as a father, as a brother to his brothers, as he was, the first time that I really saw Moses cry was when his cousin brother, as we was in the hospital, as he was waiting for a gold mine, and all these zamazamas shot him. And the bullet lodged into his head. I'd never seen Moses cry like that, and he hated hospitals. But, he would go and sit with Azwi and said, Don, I wish I had my rosary. I would pray for Azwi. He was so into it. I would go with him. I think I went twice, but it was stressful because he didn't know what to do and he would be taken over. That's just the kind of uncle that he was. And he had so much hope and so much courage, and Azwi came out of it. And here he is today, walking. You won't think that there was once a bullet in his head. And that was the kind of person that Moses was. But Moses was the most hilarious type of person. Absolutely hilarious. I'll just give you one story. I'll show how hilarious Moses is. Moses was very old-fashioned in his way. Like, he used the perfume that he used in 1970. He would not change it. Anybody who goes to the States, and they were not carrying in the normal, they were no longer carrying that Dracanoa, that's a perfume. They were not carrying it in the normal shops, you know. So you had to go, you had to go to like Ohio or something like that in one of the pharmacies. Poor Kavuli would have to run around, go out of states to go and get Dracanoa. That's the perfume that he used up until the end. Anybody, the other time somebody was going to Paris and they told him that it is there, it's available in Paris. And they went and they brought that Dracanoa for him. That's just the kind of person he is. He was this kind of hoarder. He never threw anything away. So, it's just all sorts of things. So, in this hoarding thing, Moses, he also, he stuck to a label. If his underwear was jockey, he wore a certain type of jockey, and that's it. And his friends and relatives in the US would have to buy him that jockey, or Tani, his son. So when Tani was coming for his 80th birthday, asked Tani to bring him that underwear. So Tani's like, I don't know, send me the size, send me whatever you want, and he sends Tani. Tani comes back with this underwear. But Moses had made the wrong size, so the underwear came back, it was, it was like a blanket. So he's looking at these underwear, and he's thinking, what am I going to do with this underwear? So he decides that the underwears, the best way to deal with them is to send them back to Tani, for Tani to get him the right size and mail it. So he calls Tani. So, Tani and Moses and Chesa are the same people, just the same people. So Tani picks up the phone and Moses says, Tani, I'm going to mail these underwears back to you. It's a wrong size, man. So Tani's like, Dad, just leave those underwear in Africa. It's like, don't send those underwear back here. Leave them in Africa. Donate them to somebody. Moses now left with an underwear issue. So he sits and he makes it laugh. He's like, Don, who are my fat friends? That I have to give this underwear to. So there's a friend of his who lives in the US. I think he's in Chicago. And Carl Pepper is his last name. And he's like, man, I'll give them to Carl Pepper when he comes to South Africa. So he calls him, Carl Pepper, I've got some parcels for you here. So Carl Pepper says, Moses, what is it? He says, no, man, my son brought me this underwear, they're big. And Carl Pepper says, so you think you should give them to me? And he says, yes. And he says, what are they? He says, they're jockey. He's like, Moses, who wears jockey? So Carl Pepper said, who still wears jockey? Throw those things away, man. And so he's like, okay, now, he's like, Carl Pepper, you have no gratitude. You are my best friend and I'm thinking of you. He's like, not with a jockey, Moses. So Moses then decides, well, I'll think about it, man. I know some friends that are a little big on the, and he didn't say big side, it's like on the fat side. So he passed away with an underwear issue that are still sitting there. Let me tell you the second thing. That's just Moses and how crazy he was. So in the house at the back, there was a room that was supposed to be his study. We put in a desk there for him, and Moses was throwing all sorts of things in that study. So the study ended up to here with boxes and files and this and that. And a friend of ours from the US was coming to visit, so I wanted to clean that room. So I asked him, Mos, can I clean it? Because anyway, that room is supposed to be, it can be used as a bedroom or a study. That's how it was made. So we decided that, okay, so he says, they are done as long as you don't throw my things away. And I'm looking, this is like, I'm thinking, what am I going to do with this? So in his absence, we clean up things. He had, in the wardrobe there, he had empty boxes of champagne. Empty, you know, like the boxes that used to have champagne in, boxes that you have wine in, this box, that box. And we threw away those boxes. And then he had glasses that were special to him that he wanted to keep and he didn't want anybody to use. And he kept them there because he didn't want people to use them. He wanted to be the one who uses them. So in cleaning and preparing for our guests, I take out those glasses and I put them in the kitchenette. There's a kitchen there at the back. And I put them there and he comes home and he finds the room clean, everything is looking good. There's a bed, everything is now a functioning bedroom. He says to me, Dawn, what have you done with my champagne boxes? And I'm like, the empty ones. He says, yes. I threw them away. Dawn, why would you do that? They are my boxes. And I said, but they were empty. Who cares? They are mine. They are mine to deal with them the way that I want to. And where are my glasses? So I say, no, the glasses are there they are there in the kitchen, in the bar. And he says, yeah, now you take my glasses, I'm putting them there, you're putting them in the public place. So there's a public place in this house. He says, yeah, now your kids' friends are going to be here and they're going to break my glasses. I'm going to put a lock in that cupboard. And I'm thinking, what kind of lock? He says, no, I'm going to bolt it and put like a lock, you know, like a lock, and lock them up. And I said to Moses, no, you are never going to do that in my kitchen, never going to do that. So I said to him, let me take these and I will take them. We had like a little kitchenette as well next to our bedroom. I'll put them there, then they'll be there. And then, yeah. So now I need to climb the stairs to go and get a glass. So you couldn't win with him. So that was our typical days and life with Moses. Very hilarious. There's so many stories that are hilarious about Moses. He loved KZN. He loved KZN to a point. In December, in January, he insisted that after Christmas, actually it was in December, that we go to Natal. But he wasn't well, you know? And he really didn't look well, but he was holding it in. He didn't want any of us to see that he's not okay. And, on our way back, he normally drives. It's like, I'm not going to be driven by a woman. I'm driving. Okay, Moses. So I never drove in the car when Moses was me. But this time when we were coming back, he just wasn't feeling okay. And for the first time, he says, Dawn, I think you can drive. Because the kids were telling him, Dad, you're not going to drive, you're not going to drive. And he allowed me to drive back. And when I realized that Moses, something is not right, from Umhlanga, when I took up the car, until Harrismith, Moses was fast asleep. And Moses never sleep in the car. You know, he will be telling you, they've chopped this tree here on the road. You know, that's just how, he had such a brilliant mind for facts and health things. So he will tell you, so he never slept in the car. He would drive and look this way, look that way. He knew everything. Moses could tell you the time, looking at the sun and looking at the shade. He will look at the shade and say, it's 2:30. And really, when you look at your clock, it will be 2:30. That's just the kind of person that he had, just this brilliant mind. But, that time, he slept until we got to Harrismith. I had to wake him up so much. Please, we are taking a break, go. And he's like, Dawn, I'll go to the bathroom, I'm coming back, normally we stop, have lunch, stretch legs and do, this time he didn't. We got into the car, he slept again right up until we got into Joburg. And I told the kids and they were like, Mom, something is not right here. And it was around the 15th of January when we came back. And everybody knows Moses and the lessons that we have learned from him. He was very consistent. And one thing about Moses was that age meant nothing to him. Like, Moses' friends will start from their 20s to their 80s, and he will relate to them exactly the same the same way. When he was applying for loans for the factory, for the pipe factory that he started, he applies to the IDC. So the IDC says, no, they can't say that openly, but they're whispering to him outside, hey, Bramos, man, hey, it looks like your age is what might work against you. They don't say it completely. He was shocked, genuinely shocked, that anybody can think that he's old. Just shocked. Like, Don, what do they mean I'm my age and I might not qualify? And I'd say, Mos, there are rules in these things. It's like, use the expletives that Moses, they are going to give me that loan. You just sit and watch. And he got it ultimately. So age meant absolutely, he just was shocked that anybody thinks that he was old. Another thing about Moses is that Moses never ate bad food. He was like, in life, my life is too short to eat bad food or drink bad wine or a bad whiskey. So if he goes to a restaurant, like when they travel, he traveled with his own wines, and then when they get and they give them bad food, he would just say, give me a salad, and then I'll have my wine. And so his motto was like, life is too short to eat bad food. That was like, I was saying the other day to Gaby when he was home that, Mos lived his life fully. Wherever he is, he has no regrets. I was saying to Gaby that, Gaby, if life was a plate, Moses did not leave crumbs on that plate. He licked it completely. Just left it properly clean. There's nothing that he left on the plate, and I don't think he had any last regrets. And, Moses actually started getting sick, and that is the reason why I'm standing here, because I thought I owe it to his friends and family to really tell them what happened to Moses, because the past 2 months they couldn't see him, most of them. Moses, 2 years ago, I think it was 2022, he had COVID, and I think it really destroyed his immune system. From then, he really never became himself. He wasn't the Moses that we know. So for 2023, I think he was in the hospital twice or thrice. Okay? But for short stays, 2 weeks here, 3 days here, up here, and but he bounced out of it. But I think if Moses was here, what happened to him, he moved, he was operating from here. But he wanted us to still believe, and everybody else to still believe, that he's operating from here. So as I indicated, that when we were traveling in December, he really wasn't well. And in our traveling back from KZN, he had this bad eczema. And because of that eczema, it had just, it had intensified in 2023. And he was going, he had two dermatologists. He had a dermatologist in Sandhurst, in Sandhurst, and another one in Pretoria. The dermatologist in Sandhurst was a white guy, Richard. Richard is like a brother to Moses, like everybody that Moses met became a son, a brother, or an uncle. And, or a sister for that matter, I think sister. And, then he would say, Don, I think Richard doesn't understand black skin. So, take me to Ndeta. Sheila, Moses' nephew, is the one who told him about Ndeta. He's like, take me to Sheila's doctor, man. So we go to Leslie Ndeta, a very good dermatologist as well. So he gets, Ndeta talks to him, Ndeta gives him a prescription, he looks at it and says, Ndeta, I'm running from a white man and you are giving me exactly the kind of thing that the white man is giving me. Why don't you, what do you do for black skin? So Ndeta has to explain to him that no, dermatology and the science of it, whether you're white or black, is the same, Papa. You've got to do this and do that. And, he just never wanted to compromise on his... So what happened was that because of that frequency of the allergy, of the eczema that he was having, really had a bad case of eczema. He would be given immune suppressants, which is prednisone, and then a lot of antibiotics. So that also hit on his immune system. And in January, the eczema was so bad, so, we couldn't go to Ndeta, so we went back to Richard. And Richard just took one look at him and said, Moses, you're not okay. We need to hospitalize you so that, because his body also was inflamed and had a lot of edema in him, he said, we need to go and drain the water out of your system, get rid of this eczema. And so he went in. 7 days, they were working on him. They were continuing with the treatment that is common, is a common protocol for eczema. And which is draining water, giving him immune suppressant. And Moses being Moses, he never ate hospital food. Like I said, he said, in life you don't eat bad food. So hospital food by nature is bad food. And so we were running around Moses 3 times a day. It's like breakfast, lunch, dinner. So it's breakfast is Kabelo, lunch is Chetsa, dinner is me to take to him in the hospital. So we had assigned ourselves that. So we liked going out he was in Morningside Hospital, so he liked going out to the coffee shop there, but outside in the coffee shop. And, Moses would be sitting there. And one day we saw Nana and Gaby passing. And I'm saying, Moses, there's Nana and Gaby. Don't you want me to call them to come and say? He's like, Don, who wants to be seen in pajamas? He's like, who would want to be seen? Just leave Gaby and Nana there. Don't call them, let them go home. I'll go to the room. I'm not seeing anybody in pajamas. Please never get people to come and see me. So a lot of people thought that at the beginning, we were denying them to come and see Moses. But knowing who Moses is, knowing that he didn't want to be seen the way that he was, a lot of people that loved him wanted to come and see him. But we had to put a barb around him to make sure that he recovered quietly. So after that day when we were sitting outside seeing Nana and Gaby, as we were going back into the ward, he walks into the ward and says, I need to get into the bathroom. So he gets into the bathroom, and I look at the time and I say, but Moses has been in the bathroom for long. So I give him a call, and he says, Don, I have the biggest diarrhea. I don't know what's going on, but I'm coming out now. So he comes out. He goes to his bed, but because they were draining water and doing all sorts of things on him, they had to put him back into drips and whatever monitors that he was in. And he then went back. I sat with him. We had gone out around 3 o'clock, so I sat with him. We went back at about 5 o'clock because the nurses were calling us. They thought they were going to get into trouble with the doctors. So we sit there. I sit there with him. From 5 to 8, Moses is just putting back IVs, taking them out, putting them back, going to the bathroom. And I said to the nurses, I think something is not right here. Can't you give him something to stop this diarrhea? So the nurses are like, no, we can't do that because we've got to get permission from the doctor. We don't give. So the doctor, he calls the doctors. The doctors tell them, no, you need to take samples. And Moses wasn't going to do that. It's like they give me a little cup and they say, I do number 2 on a cup. That ain't gonna happen, Don. So anyway, we sit there, they give him some fluids, with electrolytes to balance that until the doctor sees him the next day. And so I leave. That day I left late, around between 8:30 and 9, and I go home. And in the morning, Kabelo goes to Moses to do the rounds, the breakfast round, because he was tasked with doing the breakfast round. He gets in, he finds Moses fast asleep, but by 9:30, he normally was up in the hospital, not at home, in the hospital. And Kabelo looks at him and he says, Dad, just doesn't respond. And he tells the nurses, what's wrong with him? And the nurses said to Kabelo, no, he didn't sleep, he was feeling cold, and he had blankets. And Moses was not the one for heavy things, heavy blankets. And he had blankets, and Kabelo looked at the blankets and thought, no, take off the blankets, it's probably hot. And then the nurses, then they say, no, we're leaving him a little bit because he didn't sleep well. He was complaining, he was hot and cold. So, and then Kabelo leaves, and around 11 o'clock, 11:30, between 11:30 and 12, the nurses just realized that, no man, this man has been sleeping too long, and then they wake him up. He says, no, don't wake me up. And they are like, no, we've got to wake you up. So they tilt the bed so that he can sit like this. So as he sits, he throws up. And he's in the monitor, his statistics are all over the place. They think he probably has a stroke. And so they rush him to the x-ray to check his brain, do a brain scan. No, there is nothing wrong. On their way back from the x-ray place, he's hyperventilating, he can't breathe. The doctors are getting worried, they wheel him back into the room, and they try to call me and Chetsa because those are numbers, but they are taking the numbers wrong to say something, we need to do something, we need to do a ventilator on him because he's throwing up and he can't breathe, he is going to choke. So they decide to anyway go ahead without us, but because they are taking the numbers wrong on the sheet. And me and Chetsa come strolling around 3 o'clock, we bring him a late lunch, and because Kabelo had told us that he was sleeping, so we suspected that he's not going to want lunch and dinner, so we bring him a late lunch dinner type of thing. So we waltzing in with Moses' food, there were 1920, the restaurants that he liked. So as we enter the door, there's the 2 doctors are standing there, no, one of them actually, and Kruger, who's the anesthetist, he's like, you two, we've been looking all over for you. So he's wondering why. He's like, yo, Moses has turned for the West. And me and Chesa look at each other, 10 for the West, what happened? Because I was with Moses yesterday, we were sitting outside. He was just, so what has happened? So he's like, tells us the story and say, please don't be shocked, he's in a ventilator. Me and Chesa are walking in there, gingerly not knowing what to expect. We come in, he's under sedation, there's machine on Moses, there's this, there is that. What happened? And then the doctor said, we've taken bloods, we will know when the bloods come back from the laboratory, from the lab. And around 5, so we sit there with Chetsa, around 6 o'clock the results come, they look at them, then the 2 doctors, the lung pulmonologist and the anesthetist are looking blank with the face. And we're thinking, what happened? So they call me, they say, Don, we need to tell you Moses is very sick. We don't know if he's going to make it. What do you mean? No, he's caught the hospital superbug and he's going into septic shock. And the infection rate that is in his body. Normally when you are healthy and you have infection with a flu or so, it's 5%. Maybe if you have like a bad one, it's like around 10%, bacterial load on your system. Moses' one was at 1,000. So we're sitting there and the doctors is like, we don't know what is going to happen. But anyway, they start pumping him with antibiotics and treating this. And Moses, miraculously, in 2 weeks, the viral load comes down to 200. And oh my goodness, Moses is recovering. We're all very happy. He's okay. The next 2 weeks, we're working on recovery, on preparing him to wean him of all these things that they've put on him. Then I come into the hospital. It was like a month into it. I come back into the hospital. The nurses look at me and they say, you need to wait for doctor. And when somebody says that, you're like, now what? So now this time is the heart doctor who comes. Marole, we don't know what happened, but it seems like there's another superbug that Moses had. So cut a long story short, the bugs in the ICU did not give Moses' immune system a chance to recover fully. Because every time when we were just about, he would pick up another bug. It's either the stomach one or it's either this bug. And it was just one thing after the other. And the last day, as Rufio was saying, 2-3 days before he passed, we were there joking with him, with Chetsa and Rufio, and teasing him and telling him what it is that he's owing. And he was busy sitting there smiling. So that's Moses that we see. The next day, I go into the hospital. I think that was then on a Tuesday. I just look at his face, And I thought, Moses is not looking well. Moses is not really looking well. So I called the nurses. I said, Moses is not looking well. They say to me, no, Mama Rule, just look at the monitors. His markers are okay. He's actually doing very well. He is, he's beating this one last infection. Oh, but no, I don't mind, but just look at him. He's not okay. And that was, so I leave. Wednesday I come back again, and Moses is still not looking himself, he's not smiling like we used to be with him, and I'm asking them, I'm still saying he's not okay. They say the monitors are okay. But anyway, I sit there, and that was like on the Wednesday. I'm arguing with the nurses, for I'm telling you it's not okay. So the heart doctor, the heart surgeon comes, Dr. Dube. Dube says, no, you're right. The monitors, the markers are fine, but there's something, he is not okay. And as we are speaking, he throws up again. I think it was the throwing up that was making him really look uncomfortable. And that day, I sat at the hospital. The doctors came and ran around, chased me out of the room, did whatever they needed to do. And I come back around 8 o'clock, and they said, well, you can stay a little longer. And I stayed in the room with Moses, and I looked at him. And I said, this man has been in the hospital for almost 2 months, but he has never looked hopeless. There's always life in him. But that day, that Wednesday, when I looked at him, he just wasn't himself. So they allowed me to stay in around 10:30. They say, no, Mama Rule, you need to go. All the other patients will think that it's a norm, they can stay, now we'll have a problem. So I leave. But when I left with a hole right in my gut, I went home and I sat with Chetza when I got home. And Chetza is like, Mom, how's Dad? And I said, Chetza, he's not well today. But I couldn't explain everything to Chetza. Chetza says, no, Mom, when I know you worry too much. And by God, in the morning at 8 o'clock, I get a phone call from the hospital. Mrs. Marole, please come to the hospital, bring somebody. Moses is very critical, he's not looking well. So I don't tell Chetza Okabelo, I asked Ostokasi, I was telling my cousin Lati to come with me to the hospital, but she had gone to Polokwane, and I said, no, let me go listen to Stoki. So we go to the hospital, we get there, the doctors look at me and said, Don, we've thrown everything that we know on Moses, and he has fought so hard. But this time, we don't know what is going to happen. So we'll allow you to sit until 11 o'clock. We'll keep checking on him. If we think he's not coming back, we will call, you'll have to call the kids and the family to come and bid their goodbyes. And that's what they did around 11. And the family came. And he passed away around fighting until around 5:25, when his heart stopped. And that was the end of Moses. He was surrounded by love. We were praying for him. We were privileged, all of us with family, with the nephews, the nieces, Borofiwa, Bubangi was there, to have an opportunity to say our goodbyes. So, friends and family, I thought I should, let you know how your brother, uncle, friend went. And I just want to thank you for supporting us with all the prayers, with bringing goods to the house. Thank you so much. I just want to thank all the doctors that were treating Mos. They treated him like he is their family. They fought so hard for him. They made sure that he gets the best treatment, all the best doctors. They were consulting overseas. They were doing all sorts of things for him. For that, I'll forever be very grateful. But I think in life you live with a partner. I mean, I've been with Moses for almost 28 years. You live with a partner and you don't think they will go, And for me, the part that I think just brought it home was, over the week, because Moses passed just before the long weekend, we could not we could not get death certificates and do any arrangement because in Easter everything is closed. And when the funeral undertakers came to the house, I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday. Yesterday, yes. And they brought a death certificate. You know, and after 28 years, I was left with a piece of paper. I'm sorry. I think that for me is, you know, he's not there, and somebody hands me, you know, a piece of paper. That's all that I'm left with. But may his wonderful, wonderful spirit of youthfulness rest in eternal peace. I will miss him so much. I mean, we really had an understanding and a beautiful life. And I'm sorry, Moses, it had to end this way, you know. I thought he'll come home, but he never did. So I'm so sorry. With my soul, it is well with my soul. Khadile Bogwe. I am going to ask that we rise. Re opele sefela re ya go boka morena. It's the correct one, it's just missing the first line. Ria hubo kamu rena rensirita habela wena risapila hamu nati kapabalo ya te ripulusi tweka moa kadineo tohle rekola lele hulu liritabi site pilu bana joale bana bao
bata mulao ibe joko ebubebe esikarwa kasi bifi uriniye hutabela seudira tanka fela tato yao ipete Sure. John chapter 10, while you're standing, I'm not going to be much. John chapter 10, verse 10 says the following, and I would like all of you, including Mama and your sons, Makazi, the family at large, take strength in knowing in remembering what Jesus said. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy, but I have come that you may have life and have it to the fullest. And as I was listening, it's exactly what Bramos, I would say, I hope I'm okay. Live out this verse. Let us bow our heads in prayer. All-knowing God, we give you thanks for the times we had with Ray Moses, Ndanduleni, Marole. We ask for your comfort, O Lord. Remind us always that we will see him with you and will also see him among the community of the living dead. Lord Jesus, as we depart from this place of worship, may all the tributes shared during this evening be a comfort to Makazi, uncles, Mama Don, Tani, Kabelo, Caesar, cousin Ritumesi, nieces and nephews, including the extended family at large. Holy Spirit, we ask for traveling mercies and safe arrival in our different homes. May Father Moses' spirit rest in peace and rise in glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Let us receive the blessing. May the God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, continue to comfort you. And the blessings of God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit be with you now and always. Amen. What are we doing now? Do we have any tea? Or? I know it's late, but if you can just, wherever you are, exit, come at the back of the chapel here, or in front of the chapel, and come and have some drinks and some food and all that. Go in peace, and the Lord of peace be with you. Amen.